Yeah, like that. Hello, my friends. Welcome this morning, this early morning, to our session of your second favorite working group, because your first one is obviously NCC services. If you're here for IPv6, that's not the right room, unfortunately. But if you're here for Connect, by all means, welcome. We are here I'm here with my two amazing co-chairs, Stavros and Paul, and we will take you for a ride in the next hour and a half. We've got less packed agenda than what we have usually, but we've got really amazing topics. And with that, I was going to ask if anyone had comments on the RIPE 89 minutes. And I'm going to look at the room and see if anyone has something to say. No, you can't have comments because we didn't upload them. Actually, we had a miscommunication. So we will fix that, and we apologize for that part. And with that, we can start our session, and I will ask to the stage Leo that is going to make us a PeeringDB update. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. So I have some news from PeeringDB. Talk a little bit about our recent elections, feature highlights from last year and what we have coming up. I'll keep it relatively brief so there's time for a question if anyone's interested. So we just had an election. Izzy and Alex are newly elected to the board, and Livio was re-elected. I don't think the board has met to decide who's going to be chair yet, but that will happen. Oh, there's an animation. There you go. That will happen very soon. So we have been working on search and data quality, particularly in 2024. We're not taking away anonymous search, but I do want you to know that if you log in, you're going to have to use a multi-factor authentication from July. Some of the features that we have implemented recently, you can choose how your results are displayed, and you can get the API query for your web query just by clicking a button, select the format you want your query, like curl or Python or whatever, and you then put that in your copy buffer and you can go and use it wherever else you want. At the moment, this is only for simple search. If people wanted this for advanced search, please let me know. There's no reason we couldn't implement it for advanced search, but we haven't done that yet. And this is all part of re-implementing search with our new V2 code. The old V1 search will be going away, and we've been doing significant work to make sure that the results that you get are the results that you would hope to get. We have an upcoming web UI change. Now, around the start of last year, we tried to do this, and we clearly didn't have the right process in place. So we put the new design on a preview site. We didn't get the feedback that we were hoping for. So we've now, as of yesterday, started rolling the new web UI out on beta to PeeringDB volunteers. When we're happy that everyone who is on the inside of PeeringDB is happy with it, we will then push it out to 20% of users, randomly selected. And those 20% of users will have a switch in their profile where they can go and turn it off, go back to the old interface. When we see that people are relatively happy with the new design, we will then push it out to everyone. We have improved our process based on user feedback. We're currently doing some design work for this new planned status. And this would allow you to go and say, yes, I will be in this facility in July. And then maybe go and say, actually, it was going to be July, now it's going to be August. And people would be able to do some planning based on what you are planning. And there would be design elements in there so that you can go and look at what is real right now, what is planned, and the combination of both. And if you have any ideas for features, for instance, something like this, please come and let us know. This is a feature that was suggested by a user, and we liked it, and we're doing it. So, as I mentioned, mandatory two-factor authentication starts in July. Lots of choices. If you currently use the API and you're relying on simple authentication, you know, the basic authentication in there, that's going away. You will need to use API keys. The multi-factor authentication account recovery uses email, so it's as reliable as your email. You can use passkeys, time-based one-time password, UTF hardware tokens, and we've redesigned the management interface to make it nice and easy to manage. So please go and make sure that you're using it so that, you know, when you go and log in July, it all works. We're doing a comparison tool at the moment. This is literally being coded right now. You will be able to go and put in one internet exchange point or one facility, compare it with another, go and see who's there, go and do the analysis quickly using our website. Again, this is a user-suggested feature. If you have suggestions for features, please let us know. And all of this is because we are sponsored. Yesterday, we published the Form 990, which is the non-profit financial disclosure thing. That's on our website. You can go and get it and have a look at it. But thank you to our sponsors. We couldn't do this without your sponsorship.
Thank you, Leo, very much. Let's see if there's any question for Leo from the audience. Seems like no. Thank you very much, Leo. And now I would like to invite my good friend Marta from NAMEX, as he has a very nice topic to present to us about building a secure test environment for an IXP. Marta, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Stavros. Good morning, everyone. I'm Marta Burocchi from NAMEX, a network engineer. And today I would like to share with you how we build a secure test environment for our IXP. So do you know when you make a small change in your configuration, in production, and everything breaks? So this is the reaction of a network engineer. Please note that there is a real picture from NAMEX. So jokes aside, the idea comes from a very practical need. We wanted to create a secure test environment, isolated, as close as possible to the real network, where first our members could test their configuration without affecting the real LAN. And also we could use this space to test our services or make changes in configurations before deploying them to the production network. So that was the idea. And I had these old friends from the university, and I knew they had developed a powerful framework, which is Katara. Katara is a network emulator, and I was pretty sure that Katara was the right tool to bring our idea to life, to build a faithful replica of the NAMEX Spirit LAN, so fully dedicated to testing. So that's how the NAMEX digital twin was born. And during this presentation, we will explore what the digital twin is and how it works. So before starting with a serious discussion, I would like to share with you a fun fact. While I was preparing this presentation, I discovered that if you search on Google Katara and you switch to images, you will find that Katara, it's a beautiful Greek beach, he wrote. I hope this is true because we have few Greeks in the room. And yeah, as summer is approaching, it would be nice to talk about this, but unfortunately, we are referring to this one. Katara, it's a lightweight, container-based, open-source network emulator, so don't be confused. And with its own programming interface. And I will share my time with Lorenzo here with me, which is one of Katara maintainers, to talk more about this framework. So what is Dynamics Digital Twin? As the name may suggest, the digital twin is indeed a twin of our PeeringLAN, Dynamics PeeringLAN, reflecting also its services. So what I mean is that this virtual environment has exactly the same members connected, the same root server instances, running also the same daemons, OpenBGPD and Bird, and the same configurations, the same IP addressing and MAC address. How did we do it? By using Katara, of course. And Katara is the network emulator. So per each peer connected on the PeeringLAN and per each root server instances, we have a Katara device running. The whole setup is it provided on a pre-production environment, which is just the quarantine VLAN. So let's look into the architecture. The core of the architecture is the digital twin manager. Its job starts by creating the virtual environment for the first time, taking some configuration files as input, and then it keeps this environment synchronized with the real network. And it talks with Katara, which is the network emulator, as I said, and Katara relies on a container engine. We use Docker, as you can see, but for large-scale scenario, we can replace Docker with Kubernetes. So the result is Dynamics Digital Twin, fully operational and dedicated to testing. So to let this environment more realistic, we synchronize it with the real network. So let's see what kind of information we need. The list of the active peers already connected on the PeeringLAN, the dump of the actual root servers, RIB, both IPv4 and IPv6, and the actual root server configuration. The digital twin manager takes all this information and creates and removes peers accordingly with the live network. It used the RIB, the dump of the RIBs to create the BGP configuration of the peers, and it reloads the root server configurations. So the final output is a fully operational copy of Dynamics PeeringLAN on a test environment. So we have a Katara device running per each peer, a Katara device running per each root server instances, and root servers are running exactly the same configuration as in the real network. So they are also re-announcing the same prefixes as well. So what we have created is an isolated and secure environment where our members can connect and test and fix their configuration without affecting the real network. New members can use this digital twin also to test the root server prefix filtering, for example, so they can know in advance if the objects are valid, RPKI is okay. And we can also use this safe place to test our new services or make configuration on root server configuration or make changes. So the trick is that as it is faithfully reflecting the PeeringLAN, we can really test how a change may behave in the real network. So since we have this environment ready, we thought we could use this sandbox as a starting point to build more tools and use cases on top of it. Actually, the inspiration came last year when we saw the IXBR presentation, the Brazilian XP. They had proposed a portal for the new members, and through this portal, members could self-check their configuration compliance. So we thought we could easily integrate the quarantine dashboard, and we will see what is. But it's just one of many application and use case we can integrate on this digital twin. So it's just a starting point. Indeed, we can think about RPKI validation, emulating also an RPKI validator, and we can emulate ASPA testing or integrate ROST, which it is for manners compliance. So what is the quarantine dashboard? The quarantine dashboard is just a portal we provide to our new members, and what they have to do is just to fill out this form with this information, and they can self-check if their configuration are compliant with our technical rules. So we had two more components to the architecture. The backend quarantine, which is the component that is running the test behind the scene and is talking with Katara and the digital twin behind. And the front-end quarantine, which is just a user-friendly interface provided to members. So the check we performed are aligned with the EuroX BCOP and with our technical rules, of course, and are more or less the same that the Brazilian friends are running as well. What I would like to point out here is that some of these checks can be run also without the digital twin behind, but others, for example, BGP checks, relies on it because we can really test the BGP behavior. Before looking into the checks detail, please note that these checks confirm that the configuration is correct in the very first moment when they connect the first time. Of course, configuration may change, so unwanted traffic needs continuous monitoring. So first, we run some connectivity tests. We check the reachability of the peer. And we ensure that proxy ARP is disabled because we want to be sure that the peer is handling just the traffic intended for him. Then we switch to BGP checks. We first check if the BGP session between the peer and our virtual root server is established, otherwise we cannot go ahead. And then we check the prefix limit. It is something that we have been discussed lately on the root server workshop, how we choose this value among IXPs. So it could be a way to double check if the value we choose is correct in advance. And also we validate the next hop. So we are checking if the next hop of the prefix coming is the same of the peer. And IIS path consistency means that we check that the AIS in the IIS path, the leftmost IIS is the same of the peer we are peering with. Last to check unauthorized traffic detection. We monitor the traffic for 1 minute and we detect if they are sending some unauthorized traffic types such as neighbor discovery protocols or internal routing protocols like OSPF. And the last one is about security. We conduct this test to detect if there are open ports for DNS and TP and so on. So some numbers about the scalability. Currently, we are emulating 220 members and 4 root server instances like in the real Namex peer LAN with this hardware specification. As I said, the idea is that the digital twin is designed to scale according to the IXP grow. So one consideration may be that for large scale IXP may be resource intensive to reproduce the whole network on a test environment. But as I said at the beginning, Katara has already its own distributed solution, which is Kubernetes. So to conclude, what we have created is a secure, isolated, and realistic test environment. Our new members can connect and safely test configuration without affecting the real LAN. And we can also use this space to test our services before. The quarantine dashboard is just one of many applications we can provide on top of the digital twin. And for sure, we will integrate more tools and use cases for our members. So that was our experience. And if you want to know how you can build your own digital twin, you can contact me or the developers at this address. I want to conclude saying that V6, which is another Italian XP, is building its digital twin as well, so don't miss your chance. So thank you for the attention, and as I promised, I'm going to share the stage with Lorenzo, which is one of Katara maintainers, to talk more about this framework. Thank you.
So, hello to everyone. I'm Lorenzo, and I'm one of the main maintainers of Katara, also with Tommaso that is down here there on the stage. And so, let's first start. What is Katara? I hope that everyone here already knows Katara. We've presented in many other RIPE meetings and other networking meetings all over the world. So it is a container-based network emulator, and it is an open source project. And this is very, very good. And it is widely adopted on teaching. Many, many universities around the world use Katara. Many of them use them to teach networking, but other universities use Katara to teach cybersecurity, just to have an enclosed space, a sandbox. So today we presented the NAMEX digital twin, and the first question is, why do we choose Katara for the NAMEX digital twin? First of all, because we needed the minimal resource usage. Many IXPs are really, really big, even bigger than NAMEX. And so with Katara, we can start up much more devices on a single physical server. Then because we have the Python APIs. Through the Python APIs, we could take the real NAMEX configuration and configure automatically the network and update automatically the network without needing to restart the old scenario. And finally, because it is scalable. So just like it is lightweight, so we can emulate a lot of devices, also the scalability is important. If we reach some limits, we need to go distributed, and so we will need to go on a Kubernetes cluster. Who are the main people around Katara? So the first one is me, Lorenzo. We have Tommaso, and we have also Mariano that is listening from home. I hope that down there everything is okay. Here you have all the main contacts about Katara. You have also a QR code pointing to our website if you want to learn more, if you want to view the list of universities that are using Katara. And if you want to ask any questions, please use the email address provided to write us. I'm here today because lately we founded the Katara Development Association, because we are free. I mean, we work on Katara on our free time. We want to create something more scalable also. We want to create something that can expand Katara and that we can have more people working on Katara. So we founded a non-profit organization in Italy. And the idea, the main goal of this organization is to build high-quality tool for researcher and network developers. So Katara, of course, is the main system, but we also have the digital twin. We also have ROST, that is a code for the manners compliance. We have other tools used for teaching. And also for teaching, we provide high-quality computer networks education material. We provide the slides. We provide laboratories provided. I mean, there are some courses around the world that just download our material and they present it on the class. And finally, we want to open source project. I mean, all the projects that are made with Katara, we want to take them open source, like the digital twin. We want to share them back with the community, and we hope that many other projects will come. So I hope that you liked Katara, and I hope that many of you would like to collaborate with us, maybe proposing new projects, maybe founding us, why not? And we'd love to hear from you. If you have any questions for me or for Marta, we are here. Otherwise.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Grazie mille, Marta. Anyone questions? Yes?
Hi, Stefan from Interlink. Not a question, but thank you very much for Namex to implement this on the real network with real IPs, not something which runs on RC 1980 IPs for testing environments, because most of the other competitors don't do this, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great comment. Thank you. Anyone? Yes? Somebody else from?
Hi, Chris from BKIX, Berlin. What I have not got about the Katara implementation, is it that Katara is like providing the connected networks to the IXP and the IXP itself is running on hardware, or is Katara also simulating what is done on the IXP's hardware?
Katara is a network emulator, so it is emulating the real network. So what it takes is just the real setup, the real configuration files, but everything is emulated. It's just a container running Katara devices actually. And so it is just reflecting the real LAN on a server, so everything is virtual.
Okay.
Thank you for the question.
Christian Petras, TechX. So you don't need images, virtual images from the hardware devices of the routers, switches, etc.
You mean layer 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, it's not the scope of the test. We are testing layer 3 MGP configuration, but we can extend it because so far we didn't have images, well, developers didn't have images provided, but yeah, we can extend, and so far the layer 2 is just a simple switch connecting the Katara devices.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Anyone else? Do we have any from remote participants? Any question? Nobody? Then thank you both for the excellent presentation. Great. And now I would like to invite Greg. He's gonna tell us a topic that actually I'm very interested in about EVPN migration to an IXP. Greg, floor is yours.
Good morning. I'm Greg Hankins from Nokia. I'm presenting on behalf and with my co-author Akio Sugino from Telehouse America. He couldn't be here today, but this is a joint presentation and written somewhat from the perspective of Telehouse America. So who we are, this is not me, this is Telehouse America. Established in 1987 and has been running NYIX, which is a very large exchange in New York City since 1996. They're owned by the parent company KDDI in Japan, which is a very large mobile operator and has many subsidiaries and data centers and things like that. Specifically about NYIX, it's a very large exchange. The network is not terribly complex, but there are several sites. There's over 245 members, at least 2 terabits of traffic, and hundreds of thousands of routes on the route server, and our PKI is supported. So that's nice to hear. Issues with the previous infrastructure. It was based on an outdated VPLS design. When it was designed, VPLS was the hot new thing and the latest technology, but that was many years ago. And we've seen a lot of IXPs, many of them here in the room, that have deployed VPLS and started with VPLS many years ago and have now migrated to EVPN. So this is a trend. I've been talking about EVPN for over 10 years, and it's good to see people finally migrating to this new technology. The hardware that was deployed was somewhat limited in that it could only support 100 gig ports, no 400 or 800 gig. NYIX in particular had a long history of issues with broadcast traffic, so that was a real issue for them, as well as some ECMP issues that didn't quite balance correctly. So what are they going to do to resolve these issues? Support 400 gig ports, flexible configuration. As many of you know, with QSFP DD, you can actually support 100 gig, 400 gig, and 800 gig in the same form factor. So that's a really nice growth model for customers and backbone links to go to higher speed interfaces. They also wanted reliable software and strong technical support, short lead time. As the industry has faced many semiconductor challenges, I'm sure you've all run into long lead times, and and waiting months and months for equipment. So they needed something within a reasonable time frame, and also adopting EVPN to manage the broadcast unknown and unknown unicast and multicast traffic, and then segment routing to simplify the configuration and operation. So they chose Nokia, obviously. And a little bit about the new platform. It's called Astron. That's the platform name. They're deploying 400 gig ports for future proofing, just in the backbone for now, but as many IXPs, I'm sure you also have demand for 400 gig customer ports. If not now, I'm sure it's coming as 400 gig adoption gets more popular. Obviously, EVPN for efficient MAC learning and traffic management, and then segment routing as the underlay and EVPN overlay. It provides a really nice separation of protocols and services. So it's just really nice to separate it that way. And then this is specific to the Nokia product, but they're using the new CLI, which is based on Yang models. So it provides the same view in the CLI and over NetConf, for example. So they really like the automation capabilities of the CLI. And the migration was completed at the end of March. And everyone was migrated successfully and with minimal downtime. So just a little bit about EVPN and segment routing. We wanted the focus of this presentation to be more on the migration. There are lots of presentations by IXPs. In recent history, IX.BR has been talking about their migration a lot. I know like France IX and DKIX and others, Links have given presentations about their migration to EVPN. But the focus of those presentations were mostly on the technology and the benefits and less on the migration. So we tried to make this presentation a little bit different and focus a little bit on the technologies, just so you know what we're talking about, and then focus more on the migration, which turns out to be surprisingly simple. So EVPN is a layer 2 VPN technology. It's, as I mentioned, it's over, I think at least 10 years old by now. It is very rich and mature and stable, full-featured. By now it's supported on many vendors, so it's a really great technology to replace VPLS. Has a lot of benefits, in particular in how it manages MAC addresses and flooding. It also supports active-active multi-homing and integrated routing. So it's actually a layer 2 and layer 3 VPN technology because you can provide multiple services over EVPN. Here's just a quick picture of how the proxy ARP works over EVPN. The top one in purple is normal flooding, so ARP request or an ND request is just flooded throughout the network, and then whoever has that MAC answers and replies back. With EVPN, which is the blue part in the bottom, the flooding actually doesn't take place at layer 2. It's actually encapsulated and then forwarded by each router along the hop to find the MAC address. And you can actually optimize it a little bit more by configuring static MACs in the routers so the flooding doesn't even take place. And then the leaf router just proxies and answers that request instead of the flooding going through the network. So it's a great way to, first of all, just reduce the broadcast traffic, but also really lock down the flooding so that your routers at the IXP do the flooding and not the customer router. A little bit about segment routing. Segment routing over MPLS is an architecture for source-based MPLS forwarding. It's also not a new technology. It's been around for, I don't know, probably 10 years. EVPN and segment routing have been a big focus for Nokia development, so we've really tried to move those standards along and provide a lot of functionality. What it does, it just encodes paths as a series of sequences. Segment identifiers is called a SID, and then those are just distributed with the IGP. NYIX uses OSPF, obviously also supported with ISIS. So you completely remove MPLS signaling protocols like LDP and RCP, and you just use the IGP to forward, to distribute your label routing information. Here's how the forwarding works. Basically, see what is that? Where the packet ingress, it just sticks the label of the egress router on the top of the stack, and then that's just forwarded along through the network. And so in this case, the egress node is 600, so it puts 600 on the ingress packet, goes through the MPLS network, labels are popped off at the edge, and then out comes the packet. So it's real simple. And again, this is just using OSPF as the IGP to distribute that routing information. So on to the testing and the migration. These are the slides that I hope are new and a little bit more interesting to you. Container Lab is a simulation infrastructure that was extensively used for testing. It's really great. It supports probably every writing OS that has a container image, certainly Nokia, Arista, Juniper, Cisco, Bird, FRR, the list is endless, but it allows you to load vendor OS images and then build a simulation in containers, as the name says. So for testing, we ran Nokia SROS containers. Their existing vendor was Extreme, and Extreme didn't have an OS virtual image. So we converted the Extreme configurations to Nokia SRS format and used that for the migration. So the idea was to create the simulation environment, obviously as close to the production environment. And then initially considered using MPLS-TE, but that didn't work because the IXR platform referenced here is a Broadcom-based platform. So I think that it wasn't supported on that chipset, but it turned out that SR-MPLS worked on all the platforms that NYX was considering, so they chose SR-MPLS. And the migration is surprisingly complex and simple at the same time. The complex part really is building the parallel network. So obviously you have to configure the parallel network correctly with all the routing protocols and the user access protocols and the management protocols and things like that. But once you have the parallel network operational, all we did is we configured LDP sessions between the old Extreme network and the new Nokia network, and that provided the interconnection. So, and then the migration really was just pretty simple. So pre-migration, as I mentioned, configure the network, add the routers to OFPF area 0, create the LDP tunnels, and then basically prepare to migrate. And if you do the pre-cabling in advance, so that you have the new cable right on the customer router, the migration step really is just a couple seconds to pull out the old cable and stick in the new cable, and there you go, you've been migrated. So that was really the extent of the migration and the surprisingly simple part after a bunch of complex preparation, obviously. So yeah, as the point is that downtime is limited to the duration of a cable swap, probably on the order of a couple of seconds. So two main issues. There's I guess a misconfiguration or just an issue that they didn't encounter during testing, which was there was a loop. So they quickly figured out that they needed to configure split horizon. And then there was an odd issue that we couldn't replicate actually, but for some reason on the Nokia devices, the MAC address was stuck and wasn't learned correctly when the cable was swapped. So the solution just was to manually clear the MAC on the new Nokia device, and that solved the problem. But it wasn't consistent, and as I mentioned, we couldn't replicate it. So just one of the things that just happened, and one of the things that you deal with. So the benefits, basically what I said at the beginning, stability, scalability, 400 gig capable, 100 gig capable, 800 gig capable in the future. And then the real benefit is the centralized MAC learning and EVPN as the overlay and SR-MPLS as the underlay. And just a statistic here, they measured the traffic, and immediately after migration, there's already a pretty significant reduction in bum traffic. So they're very nice to see that. And just a couple next step, the SR-MPLS configuration right now is very basic. It has a lot of additional things that NYX is considering, possibly use weighted ECMP for optimizing traffic. PSEP, which is a traffic signaling protocol, could be used to optimize traffic flows as well. And then there's also an underlying IGP algorithm called FlexAlgo for traffic engineering. So depending on their traffic engineering needs and their steering needs, they have a lot of options with SR-MPLS for future flexibility and whatever kind of comes up. So I think one of the benefits that they really liked about SR-MPLS was the flexibility and things that they could do in the future don't have to necessarily do now. And that was pretty much it.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you very much for that. Do we have any question in the room? Online, do we have any question online? People are silent. That was like so clear, so simple.
So simple and clear.
Yeah. So you should go and see Greg whenever you got some and you didn't want to share them here online. So thank you very much for that.
Great, appreciate it.
And so that's so now we have a talk of Stavros and, sorry, I can't remember your name. Matthias, excuse me. They did some comprehensive analysis about what's happening in our IRR world. And with that, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Will. Good morning, everyone. And for this presentation, I invited my good friend Matthias from DGX. We're going to do it together. So we would like to give you a kind of report, but actually as a result of a comprehensive analysis of the IRR landscape. As you can see, it's a work combined by AMSIX and DGX, me and Matthias, but also some other colleagues from DGX as well have contributed significantly. So let's start with that. So the reason of this work is because it was inspired by a BCP proposal that was introduced back on RIPE 86 in Rotterdam, where actually the BCP was stated that IXP operators must use only the 5 IRR databases in order to configure the route server filters, also including the official delegations of these databases. And okay, if you're an IXP, maybe small to medium size that you're already using those, it's fine. You don't have any impact because of this BCP, but for bigger IXPs and larger IXPs, that might create some significant changes in the pipeline, in the daily operations, where actually customers need to contribute by transferring their RPSL objects to third-party databases to official databases. So this huge or massive transfer of RPSL objects can have a huge impact on the operations. And thus, a grace period was introduced of 12 months in order to allow a smooth transition for those RPSL objects. And this list was enhanced not only with the 5 RIS, but some third-party databases that cover 1% of the global route objects, each of them. And these were RADB, RIPE, non-auth, entity, level 3. Then after 1 year and 2 RIPE meetings, there was a call and a discussion in the Connect working group mailing list. There was some community reaction because of this, and people started coming to the mailing list and expressing their concerns. Some of them are listed over here, like if the authoritative databases represent operators better than the third-party IRRs. There was another concern regarding, okay, does the juice worth the squeeze? Because yeah, RPKI is taking over. And of course, the biggest question was, the most complex one was, what about the legacy space? If you guys have thought about it and if it can be transferred. So we are ready with this presentation to answer those questions, and that's what we're going to do. And in order to do that, we would like to explain you the method, and thus I'm handing over the microphone to Matthias.
Hi, everyone. So those are very fundamental questions, and it escalated into a major data analysis, so you can already see it from the amount of sources that we scraped and correlated. So essentially, we tried to find every RPSL object on the globe and downloaded it and analyzed it. We used a lot of BGP data, MRT dumps, and our route server dumps. Of course, RPKI ROA repository data. We have specific sources of legacy data. If someone from the RIS is in the room, this is a total nightmare. So please work on that, yeah, and give us a real dump of that, because it's really hard to process and find. And NRO delegation files. And of course, we talked a lot to RIS about their data processes for IRRs. and also for legacy space. So let's start with the first question. Do authoritative IRRs, and by that we mean the rear-operated IRRs, represent operators better than third-party IRRs? And for that, you first have to look at where the objects are actually stored. So here you see on the x-axis, you see all the different databases that we analyzed and their object share of the global objects. On the right, you see the authoritative ones, and on the left, the third-party IRRs. And if you do the math and split the objects to the left and to the right, you see that route objects are roughly stored equal in both types of databases. And for assets, you have already a slight preference for rear IRRs, and outnum objects are predominantly stored in rear IRRs. And two things stick out here. Many of the third-party IRRs hold much less than 1% of the global route objects, and some even less than 10 in total. So, those are really interesting candidates. And on the left side, if you look at TC, that one sticks out in several ways. You will see it a couple of times in the following talk. And TC is mainly relevant in the LACNIC region in Brazil. They're doing an exceptionally good job in the third-party landscape, but they're also very small. But for assets, they are storing the main part in the LACNIC region. Very interesting finding. So do networks use multiple IRR databases? So this plot works as follows. For each AS, we looked at where they store their route objects. And on the x-axis, you see the authoritative IRRs used, and on the y-axis, the third-party IRRs used. And any combination of that is shown here in this plot. And 33% of the EASs use 1 to 2 third-party IRRs only. And 60% of the EASs use 1 authoritative IRR and up to 2 third-party IRRs in addition. So the use case here is predominant use of the official IRR database, but 1 or 2 databases in addition for your peers. As opposed to that, AS sets look quite differently. So essentially, this is the same plot, but you can see here that where you store your asset is much more an either-or question than for route objects. And if you look at the data here, 38% of the ASs use 1 third-party IRR, and 58% of the ASs use 1 authoritative IRR, and everything else is essentially a non-use case. So nearly no network is using two IRRs at the same time to store the AS nets. Of course, makes sense because those are updated frequently. We also had a look at global or local relevance of IRRs. So to explain this plot, on the bottom, you have the, again, the database name together with the share of the global route objects. The shaded ones are the ones that are holding very few route objects, less than 1% of the global route objects. And if a database is higher up on this plot, it means they have more local route objects. If they are lower, they have more global route objects, and local and global is defined as same rear region as the headquarter of the respective database. And you see that the very small IRRs have highly local scope. So there's stuff like, for instance, Canary, which is operated by the Canadian Research Network. They're only relevant in Canada. Same is true for many others of these very small IRR databases. Then you see, as you probably would expect, the authoritative IRRs that are run by the rears, the orange ones. They are mostly localized, so roughly 90% or more local objects and only 10% or less objects outside the same rear region. And if you move to the right, you see that 3 largest third-party IRRs have a global scope, and that's probably, as you would expect, level 3 RADB and RIPE non-auth, which is unsurprisingly the most global IRR because of the split between AFRINIC and RIPE. So essentially many objects are out of region for this database. How often are objects updated? Well, for that, we looked at the timestamps of the objects and how often they are changed. Of course, they are handled differently across all of these databases. So need to ask each of them how they are using their timestamps, but we did that, and I hope we found all the individual uses there. But If you look at this, here you have the CDF. The orange ones are the authoritative IRRs, and the blue ones are the third-party IRRs. And what you can see is that route objects in rear IRRs are updated much more regularly, roughly twice as often as the others. As opposed to that, AS head updates look a bit better for third-party IRRs. However, we found that this effect is mainly caused by TC. Also an interesting finding. So if you remove TC from this plot, the dotted lines align much more and you come up with roughly the same result. Another thing that interested us was, do objects match with the default free zone? And that was one of the most interesting plots, I think. So what we have on the x-axis here is route objects with origins conflicting with the DFZ origin. That means there's an obvious conflict with the operational reality. And on the y-axis, you see route objects with no route in the default free zone, the essentially route objects that are not really relevant for the DFC. And if your database has good performance, you're turning up on the bottom left. If you have bad performance, you're turning up on the top right. That means you have a lot of irrelevant or conflicting objects with the DFC. And we have the unlikely winner TC here again. So actually, of all databases, they perform best, and we were so surprised by that result that we asked them, and they wrote us back that they're really enforcing very strict rules on their data quality. So if maintainers of databases want to look for a good example, go and ask them. Yeah. The other finding is nearly all third-party IRRs have worse alignment with the DFC. And the authoritative IRRs have better alignment with the DFC. So, I mean, here the result is pretty clear, right? So in general, do authoritative IRRs represent operators better than third-party IRRs? I think the answer here is a yes. Authoritative IRRs are less in conflict with the DFC, and they have a higher object update frequency. And actually, the only exception we could find is TC, which has a highly localized relevance in LACNIC and holds less than 1% of the global route objects. So I think that part is a clear win for rear IRRs. Now, the other question, how do I get back here? Is the juice worth the squeeze? So we could also simply wait for RPKI to take over. And this is also a security question, of course. How many injectable objects are there actually left in third-party IRRs that are not stored anywhere else? And for that, we looked at the data quality of route objects. And we categorized them into 3 different categories per IRR database. And the red ones are those that are conflicting with other information. Those are RPKI invalids, conflicting your official IRR information, or conflicting DFZ announcements. And the yellow ones are duplicates or somehow irrelevant for the operational reality. That means they're covered by RPKI without a conflict. That means same origin in both objects, covered by official IRR records or not seen in the DFZ. And the remaining part is what is actually stored in third-party IRRs, is relevant and is injectable if you store the same route object in a different database. And one of the findings was here, and I'm exemplifying this with RIDB because it's the same nearly everywhere. One of the 1.2 million route objects RIDB holds, 84% are conflicting or irrelevant. I think that it probably aligns with the gut feeling of a lot of people. And still, if you look what is left, is there are still more than 200,000 relevant vulnerable route objects. So even if there is a lot of objects that are not very well maintained in RIDB, there is still a pretty relevant, in absolute numbers, a pretty relevant amount of route objects that is not stored somewhere else. And the share is actually similar for most other third-party IRRs, even though RIDB is by far the most relevant. We also looked how many of these remaining route objects cover DKIS and AMSIX routes, and in total we identified in our own routing tables 36,000 or between 36,000 and 56,000 vulnerable route objects. that are relevant for our routes and our route service, and more than 50% of them are stored in RDB. So is the juice worth the squeeze? Yes, I would say. We saw that the data quality in third-party IRRs is abysmal, but still there are more than, in total, over all IRRs, there are more than 230,000 route objects that are not stored anywhere else, and that can be easily hijacked. And we also find a substantial share of them in our route tables for which they are relevant. And at that part, I'm handing over to Stavros for legacy space.
Everyone's favorite topic, the legacy space. All right, let's have a talk about legacy space. For that, thank you, Paul. And for this question to be answered, actually, we had to do a lot of email exchange with representatives from the RIRs in order to be as accurate as possible and confirm what we read and understand. So, yeah, so in general, legacy space, as you all know, it's space allocated to organizations before the 5 RIRs were established, but not all IRRs established at the same time, right? So we have, for example, RIPE NCC, which is the oldest one, founded in April 1992, while the youngest is IFRINIC, that was established back on October 2004. And thus, there are different ways of handling the legacy space that each IRR is responsible for. So in this table over here, we try to summarize the results and give you an answer in just one slide. As you can see, on the very left, we have the 5 RIRs. And then in the second and third column, we have the most relevant service that we care about, which is IRR access and RPK access. And then we list what we found as how they handle the legacy space. So as you can see, when it comes to RPK access, all RIRs actually have a tiebreaker. So if you don't have a service level agreement with them, a membership agreement with them, actually you are denied RPK access, with exception to LACNIC on that. And which is not the case for IRR access. Well, actually, as you can see here, you can have IRR access. You can store your legacy objects in official databases and served by whois, by almost all RIRs, with exception to ARIN. ARIN actually blocks you from IRR access if you don't have a service level agreement with them. I want to mention here that APNIC is a small exception on that. Actually, not a small exception, but APNIC has done a fantastic job over here because they don't actually have legacy space, as we say, in terms of that. APNIC did a huge campaign that lasted for many years and actually claimed back the legacy space. So they actually approached people and they work with the APNIC members in order to bring the legacy space into the database, into membership agreement. And for the space that was not being used and nobody was behind that space, actually they claimed it back and they started redistributing to new members. And in order to do that, they did a multi-year campaign, which resulted to almost 99% of the legacy space of APNIC to be recovered. And it's worth mentioning here that all RIRs actually have processes and they do due diligence when somebody comes and say, yeah, this is my legacy space. I want to bring it under membership agreement. So you have actually to prove to the RIR that the space is yours. So there are procedures and due diligence checks in place. So after having this overview and understanding what's happening in the legacy space landscape, we had to reconsider our way of thinking, our methodology, and yeah, we have to think about it in another view, because it's not legacy space is not an issue as many people think about it. So as you can see, all legacy space except ARIN is actually, let's say, movable. So if it exists in a third-party database, it can be moved and served by whois in an official database, even without a new service agreement. Arien, of course, requires a service agreement for legacy space, so it's an exception to that. But actually, when we say new service agreement, what do we mean? Actually, we mean that you have to convince the rear that the space is yours and give them documentation and proof in order to convince them that is yours, and then they can do the rest of the procedure. And because of that, we ended up having a flow chart, as you can see here, that we actually follow the steps in order to understand better if a space can be moved to an official database or not. And then we converted this flowchart into an algorithm in order to continue our research. Next, okay. So then the question is, where does the legacy space live, right? So we talk about legacy, so where is it? As you can see, based on our methodology, we ended up with this beautiful graph where on the horizontal axis, you can see the third-party databases, and then on the vertical axis, you can see the route objects that exist, and then with green, we have highlighted the legacy space. We did this work only for Arien, LECNIC, and RAIP data, because for Afrinic, we didn't have a valid methodology to confirm it. And as we said, for Epinic, that's not an issue anymore. And as you can see, 4.9% of RADB objects actually are related to legacy space, and the rest is not. But if we would like to zoom now into this green space to understand better what is happening there, then we're going to end up with this graph over here, where again, on the horizontal axis, we have the third-party databases. And then over here, we have different levels, different results for the legacy space, where with the yellow color, we have the possible orphan objects, actually objects that need a new service agreement, but actually are inactive routes, which means we cannot find them in the DFZ. They're not covered by RPKI, and they don't have presence in any IRR. In the light green color, we have actually the non-movable objects, which are actually are in legacy space, which cannot be moved to official database because they need a service level agreement, as we said. But there's also a significant portion of objects in a dark green color, as you can see over there, where actually are in space but can be moved to the authoritative database and be served by Arien's whois service. So, and then the question is can be answered. So the question about legacy space can be answered like, as you can see, 3 out of 4 relevant rears provide RR services to non-member legacy space holders, and only Arien remains the one that is problematic for now, and this problematic space actually represents 3.27% of all global route objects that exist in third parties. These route objects, as we described, they need a new service agreement. Conclusions. So, question number 1, do authoritative IRRs represent operators better than third-party IRRs? We say they do. They have more frequent updates, and they have more coherence compared to the DFZ. And then, is the juice worth the squeeze? We say yes, because more than 80% of low-quality objects exist in third-party IRRs, like RADB. And we found from our research that more than 230,000 injectable and vulnerable route objects exist, and we don't want those vulnerabilities to our operations. And what about the legacy space? Of course, Arien remains problematic, as you saw, and for other rears, the non-member IRR service exists. So you can, if you're a resource holder in a RIPE, for example, of legacy space, then you can still create your route objects in a RIPE database. And we found from our research that 3.27% of Arien legacy route objects exist in third party, and mostly in RADB. The outlook of our next steps, because this research is not done yet, is that we're gonna do the following study. We're gonna we are planning actually together with Matthias and his team to extract the vulnerable prefixes that exist in the AMP6 and DKIX route servers, and then identify the ones that might be lost because of such a policy or a BCP, and then actually map them to organizations. And then, of course, we're gonna try to understand how much traffic goes into those routes, and then come up with conclusions and more concrete answers. And for that, I would like to thank you, and would like to open the microphone for questions to you.
Thank you very much for that. That was really, really precise, and like that's a lot of data. I'm discovering TC, and that's like, oh, okay, interesting one. So, do we have any question online? Nothing. People are silent. So, okay. Oh, I see people coming.
You stood up earlier, so that's because I had further to walk. Yes. You're putting more effort.
Please.
Randy Bush, IIJ and Arcus. Considering that the majority of legacy space is in the ARIN region, measuring traffic at DKIX and AMP6, A, B, saying, you know, the proportion is small when in fact, the total amount of space in the ARIN region is far larger than everybody else combined. And that's an accident of history, of course, that, you know, the US was the initial allocation. So, but in general, I'm a distributed guy, not a centralized guy. And here we have the two biggest exchanges in Europe centralizing the IRR data. And I'm not strongly opposed. It just goes against my instincts.
Oh, so, I understand your concerns, Randy, and I think we had a discussion about that. But again, such a policy or BCP that we're working on affects only IXPs and affects only European region. If we're going to do it global, yes, of course, the numbers might shift a little bit, but it's a very focused work, I would say. And indeed, traffic from US, I don't expect much to come over here to our region.
Only affects
IXPs.
IXN is like it only affects routers and not switches. So much traffic goes in the neighborhood of the IXs. You know, it's just the T1 peerings that go around the IXs. Everything else goes through the IXs.
So
next.
We can also do this analysis probably with US traffic if we find someone that provides the data.
Thank you. Next.
Andrei Robachevsky, Global Cyber Alliance. Fantastic work. I think great research. I think the legacy space still remains a problem. 3%, it's a lot. But I think this work, it could benefit in other areas. I think, first of all, it can incentivize people to move to RPKI. Again, I'm not talking about legacies. I acknowledge that that's a problem. We need to think more about how to do this. And the second one, back in 2021, when we created CDN and cloud program in Manus, people were also thinking about this, and we couldn't be as radical as you are suggesting now. So at least if you look at the actions for the CDN and cloud, what folks proposed is the sort of order of authentication. So at least we start with auth IRRs and then go to some other, also cutting the long tail of IRRs that are mirrored by RADB and what you showed on your slide. So I think that's a great job, and we should continue doing this. And I think that can create positive effects in other areas, not just in IXP environment.
Thank you for that. Oh, another comment, please.
Angela Dallara, Policy Officer in RIPE NCC. I wanted to connect your presentation to what has been signaled also yesterday in the Address Policy Working Group. I also wanted to specify that in APNIC, this campaign, let's say, followed up a new policy that was implemented coming from the community of APNIC. And in LACNIC at the moment, there is a policy proposal that is aiming at defining what are the requirements for legacy holders to have services. And I want to remind also that in our region, only legacy holders that have a direct or indirect contract with RIPE NCC are able to use the RPKI service. So I want to invite everybody eventually to review the presentation from Registration Services yesterday, because we're looking for feedback. What can we do? But this has to come from the community. So thank you also for your future feedback on that, if you want to let us know. Thank you.
Amazing. So it seems you still have some work to do around. Yeah, thank you. So with that, if we don't have any no comments online, nothing more, then thank you very much. And so with that, it means that we are ahead of time, which is amazing. And I also noticed that I did not mention our stenographer and our scribe when I introduced, when I opened the session. So thank you very much for them. I would like to remind you all to rate the talks. That really helps us understanding what's going on and what you like in our content, and to improve what we will present to you. I will also remind you that we've got the program committee election that's coming up. You still have time to vote for that. So that's an important one. And with that, I think we will be able to leave you to go to the coffee break early. And we will see you all in Bucharest. Thank you.
Just double check.
You ready? Yeah. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the RIPE 90 Open Source Working Group. And we are your chairs, Sasha, Marco, Marcos, and Marco. First, our administrative matters. We have a scribe from the RIPE NCC, for which we thank you. This session is here and also on Meet Echo and on the live stream, and also being recorded. You can ask your questions remotely as well, and then we'll relay them. Code of conduct for RIPE community, of course, applies here. And don't forget to rate the talks, not only for the plenary, but also for the sessions here. We just posted yesterday our meeting minutes from RIPE 89. We've not received any comments yet. So unless there's any objections, we would like to approve those. No one? I would also like to highlight that finally I have succeeded in my most important goal since becoming chair of this working group, which was dragging our agenda template into this century. Almost everyone is happy. So I think these are our administrative matters. We have 4 interesting talks for you. We had many interesting submissions, so this is great. It's good to see there was so much interest in speaking here. And first, I'd like to welcome Victoria to talk about money and open source sustainability.
Hi, good morning. I have been a product manager for about 35 years, and 11 of those have been at ISC. So I'm going to talk, this is perhaps a bit of a misnomer. I'm not going to talk about everything to do with money and open source. I'm just going to share some of our experience at ISC about how we have managed to sustain and fund our open source work. So just as some background, ISC is nonprofit. That means we don't need to produce extra money for venture capitalist gain, anything like that. It also means that we don't survive on, say, passive income from a foundation or anything like that. Our board of directors does not want us to build up a massive amount of reserves. So basically every year we have to earn the money to fund our operations for that year. That said, one way or another, we have been in operation since 1994, which is a long time. And we have learned a few things along the way. We have some couple of relatively significant long-lived open source projects. For an open source project, we have a relatively large staff, approximately 45 people. I say approximately because some people aren't full-time. And I think we have tried every single technique that is logically possible for funding open source. I myself have tried selling t-shirts, selling backlinks to shady operations on our website, many, many different things. My boss, Jeff Osborne over here, said we can be completely transparent about our finances. So I'm going to share some actual numbers. On this slide, the red line is the funding that we received externally to support ISC DHCP during the past 5 years, ending with last, December of 2024. The high point on this is $250,000 a year, which is not enough to support a single senior software engineer in the US with benefits, let alone a QA team, release operations, and other expenses. So we have some experience in supporting ISC DHCP. We've been supporting it for decades. And I will say, during my 11 years at ISC, we have never had any funding, not a dollar, to support the client or the relay function. The only support we've had is for the server. So we recognize that DHCP software was kind of a labor of love. We came out with a new DHCP server called Kia. It's been around for a little while. Really, the reason I'm here to talk about this is that in the past 5 years, we have managed to make Kia fully self-sustaining. So we have really come up with a solution to funding this open source. The green line there on the top is Kia funding, and you can see it's quite a bit more significant than the funding for ISC DHCP. I just want to say, the funding was not the reason that we declared end of life for ISC DHCP 2 years ago. The software itself really was unsustainable. So I don't want you to draw any conclusion from that. So I'm going to talk about the things that we've tried and what's worked for us. I recognize there are lots of other models out there in open source, and different things work for other organizations. In the case of Kia, we did bootstrap it internally for several years. So we had funding from other operations, mostly for bind support, and we used some of that money to help sustain Kia during the early years. And this is something that isn't available to everyone. For some people, internal bootstrapping, might look like keeping your day job, living with your parents, things like that. But we were able to internally bootstrap Kia for the first several years. I'm going to talk about some of the other things here that we did, applying for grants, getting donations, selling premium features, which I know is quite controversial, and charging people for professional technical support. We've been lucky enough to get quite a few grants. We've gotten at least $100,000 each from Mozilla and Comcast back in the 2016, 2017 earlier days of Kia. And I have to say that the grant money that we have gotten was really instrumental in helping to build up the feature base that we have. There are some additional funds, probably most of you know about them, that are available specifically for European open source projects. There's obviously not enough grant funding out there for all of the open source projects. And one problem with grants, on the one hand, it's a little bit like easy money if you can get it. You can renegotiate what you use the money for, but it's something to be aware of. But the biggest problem with grants is that typically they're only funding new feature development. And it's much harder to fund ongoing maintenance. We have been lucky enough to get some donations. In the past 5 years, they've ranged from I think $1,800 in 2024 to over $100,000 that we got in 2022. The biggest problem with donations is it's kind of unpredictable. You don't really have much control over it. We actually have two lovely, lovely individuals who give us $5 and $10 a month and have for years, like maybe 8 years, two of these people. We love them, but this is not going to fund our operation. We have gotten some pretty significant donations from a couple of foundations, the Fidelity Charitable Foundation and the Craigslist Foundation. In both cases, these are real donations. They're not asking for anything from us, but it's also not something you can apply for. It's a bluebird. It happens or it doesn't happen. The type of donation that I think is most likely to help other projects with their ongoing operations is really donations from industry partners. And we've been very lucky to get some industry partners who have made ongoing donations to us, mostly for bind support. This, I think, is promising. There are some micro donation programs you can sign up for, PayPal Charitable, Amazon Smile, things like that. Go ahead and sign up for them, but I wouldn't expect to get more than a few dollars out of that. It's not a lot of money, and again, you have really no control over how much you get that way. So this is the controversial topic. Back in 2017, Tomek Mrugowski, who is the lead developer and the original author of Kia, came and talked at a RIPE meeting about the idea of trying sort of what's known as the open core model, where the core server, the DHCP v4 and the DHCP v6 and the dynamic DNS servers are all open source. And then there are some extra features that are premium. And in fact, I came back the following year and I talked about this again. And it was pointed out to me that this is the open source working group and this is commercial software. And that was like the beginning of which was completely correct. And I apologize for that. But honestly, I think I hadn't realized until that point that we were actually talking about commercial software. But we did have a rationale for what we thought it would be reasonable to charge for. We wanted to make sure everything that was required for compatibility, for performance, for standards compliance, all of the protocol level features were all open source. Everything that was needed for backwards compatibility with ISE DHCP, we wanted that to be open source. But we reasoned that service providers and really large scale deployments could and should contribute. So features that were only needed in those kind of environments were features that were a convenience feature for management. Could be things that we could, charge a premium for. And we also, at the time, we thought some people would upgrade and pay us for professional technical support. So, little primer, it's actually not hard to sell software. I just went on the internet and downloaded a EULA from somewhere. Took me 15 minutes. It was a little bit more work. Development had to put this software in a separate repo that wasn't public. There are people who will sell you a cloud service where you can put your software in a repo. We put up a little online store. People put in a credit card. They get a secret token. They use the secret token to get the software. We give them the source code as well as packages. They get a right to use for 5 years. It seemed like, easy. You click the button, you pay the money. Anyway, so the promise was this would be self-service, it would be low touch, not very much extra effort or work on our part, and it would be like open source plus. But this is not what happened. These are just a few emails from literally the day when I first made this slide deck. This is business to business software. This is not end users buying stuff on Amazon. A lot of people were not prepared to pay with a credit card. They wanted an invoice. They wanted a vendor portal. They wanted resellers. They wanted multiple quotes. So what we found was this first comment is harder to explain, but we felt like it was actually slowing the adoption of the software because people couldn't tell whether or not they needed these extra plus features. We tried to set it up for auto renewals and people hated that. People didn't want to pay via credit card and it was just very confusing. The bottom line is the revenue impact wasn't that significant. If you look at this chart, the green bars are all professional support services with different SLA levels, and the yellow bit at the top was the money we got from charging for premium software features. It's not an insignificant amount of money. It might have been almost $200,000 last year, but as you can see, it's not that significant in the big picture. So we've decided to stop doing this. We have announced that we're ending the online sales of premium software features, and with our next stable release, Kia 3.0, which is coming out in June. These features are now in the open source. In fact, they're in the development branch in the open source now. I'm not going to read this because I'm running out of time, but we've already heard from one user who was thinking about adopting Kia, who shied away because they saw some of Kia was not in the open source, and they've now changed their mind. So this is great confirmation that this is the right choice. So just to conclude, I want to say what we have learned, the way that we are funding ourselves with open source, we have professional commission salespeople. And I know a lot of people think sales isn't a real job, but it is a real job. Somebody has to fill out quotes, has to schedule meetings. People have to be able to produce invoices, fill out all the questionnaires and the surveys from these enterprise customers. It is a real job. What we sell are annual support subscriptions with a variable SLA, standardized agreements. They include a mutual NDA, so we're not going to give you a list of our customers. You need people who can produce invoices, sometimes multiple invoices. At ISC, we have a separate professional dedicated support staff. I know lots of open source projects want to use developers for support, and I understand that, but tech support is interrupt driven. And so it's not a great fit for the developer job. A couple of final observations. Business users, mostly the people who are using your software, it's not their job to make donations. Somebody else in their company might do that, but they're empowered to buy things they need to do their job. So if you offer something they need to do their job, then you can get money. People do understand usage-based pricing, and it seems fair. However, the sales cycle for business-to-business software can be pretty long, can be a year. I will say that the reason tech support has worked so well for us is the renewal rates can be very high. Our renewal rates are at least 85%. This means that we don't have to go out and find all new customers every year. So in summary, in our experience, donations, not a lot of money, it's kind of unpredictable, with the possible exception of business partnerships. Grants, I highly recommend grants. It's a great way to sponsor new features, and there's a significant amount of money you can get from grants. Our experience with premium features was, it was too confusing, it was not a lot of money, and it was really inconsistent with everything else we were doing as an open source organization. And finally, what has really worked for us over years is selling technical support. This way we're aligned with doing the things that our users need. We know what our users need because we're offering them technical support, and we have a stable revenue base over years. And if you have an open source project that you're going to need to sustain for years, I recommend you look at this. That's it.
Martin Winter, NetDev, working on FR routing. So thanks for the presentation. There is one funding which I was missing, which seems to work for us. And what we are doing is like that we offer, it's more like towards the premium feature, but it's not just for paid users. You give us money, you need a special feature. You can go to the community and say, I want that, and maybe you can convince somebody, or you can come to us and pay us money and they will develop it for you, but everyone gets it at the same time, nothing special.
A sponsored feature.
Yes,
yeah,
and I haven't seen that. Did you try that? And what's your experience there?
We have done that a bit. I can think of maybe 3 features we did that way. In one case, the sponsor insisted that we embargo the feature from the open source for a while. This was during a period when we really were hurting for money, and so we agreed to that, but it hasn't been a big resource for us. But yeah, thanks for that. So sponsored features work well for you.
The queue is closed after Maria.
Hello, my name is Rinse. I'm speaking from my customer company, Delta Fiber. We are a very happy user of Kea. We use it, I think, for 4 years now, implemented and migrated almost everything from ISC to Kea. I have two comments. One thing is that you changed, for example, what premium plugins you get if you have a support contract. We started with a bronze support contract. We pay a decent lot of money. But I experienced that we did not get every plugin. So my client was complaining that, for example, a default, an extra plugin for role-based access was not included while we were paying a lot of money. Luckily, you helped us. I opened a ticket. So one comment is that don't make it too complex. If a business pays a lot of money, they expect they will get all premium features. And if I looked at the table, I had to go to the silver or gold support only to get one feature. So they didn't like that.
Right. So the only features that you don't get as bronze are really the only feature is the role-based access control.
Exactly.
And that's it's honestly, it's not a super mature feature yet. It probably doesn't do everything people are thinking it would do.
Yeah, but I would expect that just role-based access is just some basic thing.
Yeah. So we actually also have removed the complexity in the subscription. So anybody who subscribes gets all the same software.
Yeah, I saw it in the 3.0 version. You removed it. That's very good. And also don't change the whole model in the future again. Just make your model and don't change it a lot because the business doesn't like it. That's the feedback I want to give.
Please be short, Rins.
Yeah.
Make a point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Gerard Lisboa, speaking for myself. And I wanted to know that in terms of the support team, do you have connection when you're getting to the second or third lines into the developers?
Yeah, so we have 7 professional support engineers. Nearly all of them were senior operators before we hired them. They meet with the development team at least once a week for a support escalation, but we use Mattermost Chat. We use the open source version of Mattermost Chat. Yay for that. And we're in discussion all the time. So absolutely, they can escalate something at any point.
Okay, thank you.
Please keep it short.
Hi, August Borniek of Frameshift Consulting, Amsterdam. And I was curious with the emerging regulatory compliance needs, particularly of your proprietary software partners. Have you considered using compliance specifically with the CRA as a potential funding model?
Absolutely, we have, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So that was a good question, actually. So the question was, as open source projects have to apply for and receive CE marking effectively for their software, can you use that CE marking with your consumers who are creating commercial products? Because they're going to need that CE marking. Can you use that as a way to get support from them? I think it's an excellent strategy.
Neil O'Reilly, this time speaking with my Tolerant Networks hat on. You mentioned, Kathy, some European sources of funding, in particular an LNet Foundation. Tolerant is a partner with an LNet Foundation in some of the NGI Zero funding programs. And I spoke about this in Rotterdam, so I'll not say much now. But one of the things to bear in mind is it's not just for European developers. The project, it supports collaborative projects. And as I recall, one of the partners has to be European, but it can include people outside the boundary.
Maria, developer of BERT, I must confirm what you had said. Basically, everything works for us the same way as for you. One thing to the premium features, I have encountered several times plugins to Nginx, which they are using the premium features model, and the Nginx has the problem that there are alternative open source plugins which are also included in the premium versions, which effectively kills your premium features and also adds code difference and problems with merging. So this is why I from the beginning opposed premium features in BERT, and we are still keeping with that no premium features model as you are returning with Kia.
Right, that's a good comment. I mean, these premium features are all developed by the ISC engineers. You know, we had hoped to see more community developed plugins, and obviously those would not be premium. But in any case, I like to think that the whole premium debacle is behind us. And I just wanted to share how it came out, how it turned out for us in terms of funding.
Thank you very much, Victoria. It was really very sincere and insightful. Thank you very much. Good. Then the next speaker, Ondřej, is going to talk about how they made Bind9 faster and some more scalable transition to Neo-centric. Thank you.
Hi, this is Ondřej ISC. So ISC took over the sessions. No, not really. So this is talk about Bind, but I would like to emphasize this is not specific to Bind. It's just like I want to share how we did stuff, but it is usable to other projects as well. So a little bit of Bind history. It's a successor of Bind 4 and Bind 8, and it was like development started in 1998. This is really old project, and it can show in some places. It was originally both single-threaded and multi-threaded. It had own event-based cooperative scheduling because there was none in the year 98. There was nothing like that before. It uses the POSIX locking, but we have our own RW lock. I'll show you why in a moment. So 98, how old is it? This old. You know, it's hard it's very easy to forget how old and how fast the computing developed since that. So Bind9 20 synchronization privileges we are using, as I said, POSIX locking, but we do have a custom RW lock. There's a paper. It's not 100% like one-to-one implementation of the paper because that's like NUMA aware and stuff, and it was just blew up the memory, and it showed up in the measurements. It's not really needed. It also needs the standard atomics that's in the C11. Yeah, and this morning you just got a report the Bind doesn't compile with GCC 494 or something. So like it's stuff that people are trying to use. Really, C11, if every project upgraded to C11, the quality of the C code would just go up. So what's the effect of the custom RW lock? Again, I show these pictures, the reverse logarithmic pictures in the DNS group. If you don't know them, you basically, on the Y scale is a time, on the X scale is a like reverse percentage. So you want these to go to the left and to the down. So to dispatch as many DNS answers and as quickly as possible. So quickly is down, as many is to the left. And the blue one is like before. Well, the blue one is the main branch, and the orange one is the one with just I disabled the customer RW log, and it uses this POSIX one. And as you can see, there's quite a huge effect of just changing the implementation of the RW log on the overall resolver performance. So don't be afraid to look into something that's not in the standard library if it helps, but you need data. Like use the measurement all the time when you are making changes like this. So these are pictures from a really great book from Paul McKenney about the parallel programming. It's called "Is Parallel Programming Hard?" And so what can you do about this? And those are like a couple of features, a couple of like reasons why some of the stuff might be slower than you expect, like firmware throttling. So you make some algorithm faster and now it's running slower. What could be a reason? And it could be a reason that you just hit the terminal throttling because you run so fast that the CPU just slows down because you are burning it hot. Memory barriers, atomic operations, all cause like, you know, the cache in the CPU needs to be synchronized with the memory, and if you like overdo this, then it will be slower in the end. That's pipeline flashing, cache misses, I/O completion. The I/O is really slow. Memory references, all these stuff that juggles the memory and forces the CPU to just like flash the cache and load the new content from the memory, makes your program slow. And it could be avoided, some of it, not all of it, but some of it. Again, excellent series on the LW and Linux Weekly News called "What is RCU Relay?" This is a technique that's been used in the Linux kernel, but there's a library called UserSpace RCU. It's now being used in Bind. It's also being used in NotDNS. So if you look at the difference between the RW lock and the RCU is when there's a writer, the writer needs to, this is here. So the writer needs to wait for all the readers to stop before you can write stuff. For the RCU, that doesn't apply. You can do the updates while you are still reading from the memory, and there's just some memory reclamation problems that can be solved. That's the picture on the left. So you just need for all the readers to finish before you reclaim the memory that's no longer being used, and that's it. So all the threads can run at the full speed, almost full speed, while you are using the synchronization technique. Again, some pictures from the book, and the RCU is a really great way how to make the parallel programming really, really fast. It requires a little bit of change of like mindset, how you think about the things, but it's worth the effort if you are doing high-speed servers. So there's some. This is the UserSpace RCU API. It has the RCU, the read copy update API, concurrent memory model, architecture abstractions. There's the great part is that for some of the data structures, they already have an implementation, so you don't have to re-implement everything from the scratch, like the list or hash table. And there's a great queue, great stack that's lock-free. Some of those are wait-free as well, and it can be used right away if you start using RCU. So by 920 now uses UserSpace RCU. We replace some of the locking, not all in places, like logging. It's being hit all the time. Some weak references in a couple of places, and we use some of these like lock-free, wait-free data structures for callbacks table, because it helps with the overall architecture as well. Even though it might not help with the performance, it helps with the overall architecture. And these are like internals to Bind, so unless you want to go writing Bind code, it doesn't make sense to go in depth. So the bad cache API, it formally has bucketed locket list, and there was linear list with the DNS, like the DNS names as an index, and the lists were used as least recently used, so you need to clean stuff as well. Now it's completely log-free. It's shorter. It's better and shorter. It uses the hash table, the log-free hash table from the RCU, and it has a per thread LRU list, and uses the API for the memory reclamation. But the gist is that you can go better, and the code could be simpler in the end if you know right library and you know how to use it. What we also did, we replaced the old event-based model, and now everything runs on libuv event loops. It's again simpler but more powerful. Unfortunately, we have like 4 types of different queues. So the ISC job there's only so many names. Naming is hard. I do the DNS. So there's no locking, on loop, very fast for basically networking operations. So this runs stuff that needs to be very fast. The async, again, no locking. It uses the wait-free concurrent queue, but you can just move the jobs between individual threads. With the IC job, it needs to be stay on the same thread, but it's very fast. For the IC helper, this one was added with the key trap bug because we need to offload some of the cryptographic operations to something that's slower. But the important take from this is that you don't have to do everything yourself. Sometimes it's better just to rely on the operating system because those are people who know what they are doing when it comes to the job scheduling and the preemption and stuff. We really don't. It's not our jobs. We know DNS, and we should rely on the operating system and the system libraries as much as we can. So there's a new key value database. It's based on the QP3. There's an article. It replaced the old thing. It's not completely done yet, but it's transactional key value storage based on user space RCU again. So there's no locking, but unfortunately, there's still some locking higher up in the tree because it takes some time, and there's only so much you can do writing a software. And the thing that's built on top of it is like a cache and the zone database, and still uses some RW logs. And we are now working on replacing some of the locking with the RCU mechanism. We're relying more on the QP implementation in bind. So it will get better, but don't expect it to, if you just start refactoring software, it won't happen overnight, basically. But here are some pretty pictures. So how it did help. So again, this is very small, but the blue one is by 916, which is now end of life. The orange one is by 918, and the green one, as you would expect, is by 920. And as you can see, there's been a great progress. At least I think it's great progress, but it's for you to consider to judge. But I believe we did a good job improving bind that has been here since '98. So how do we also measure hotspots? Again, open source project, it's dtrace that comes from Solaris, but it's called SystemTap in Linux. And it's dtrace in BSDs as well. It has a zero overhead trace points that are basically rewritten in the memory. So if you are not using them, they don't cost anything. And the probing, you can insert probes into your code that can be enabled at the runtime of the program. And we use them for RW logs, event loop jobs. We measure incoming transfers. And it was somebody contributed the RRL feature, like drops as a user space probe, so they can measure it in their system. And it doesn't cost any computational power when it's not being used. So it looks like this. So you write a script that basically being executed in the kernel. So this one basically measures. There's a one probe for measuring the entering into the mutex, the log, when it gets acquired and when it gets released. And you can, in the end, measure the time between these two events and just look, this is the output of it. And you can then do fancy stuff like, where is your hotspots? Where's the biggest contention? Yeah, this is inserted in the spreadsheet and sorted out. So I can take a look at for example, the read log in the RBTDB, the old one, caching. We spent most of the time there. And again, this is database optimization. So it's not like we are just I think this needs optimization. So we now have tools as a software industry to actually measure stuff and know where are your problematic spots, and you can optimize those. For the future, that's what we are working on right now. So my ultimate goal is to just keep all the data local to the threads. So so there's no switching the data between threads, because that costs you a lot of time, and we will only share what absolutely needs to be shared among threads, like DNS cache. You don't want each thread to have own cache, because that would just cause other problems. And we are converting the easy and typical cases to RCU API. Not everything can be and should be also converted. There are some cases where actually locking is better choice. So it's not like, oh, this is a cool thing and we need to change everything to RCU. That doesn't work like this. You need to, again, you need to measure and think about it. Is this suitable here? And sometimes the answer is no, you should just keep it like this or just use something else. And one of the things we also work on, so Bind has one problem that if you change the configuration, it's just and you reload it and just it comes to full stop, all the threads need to stop, the configuration needs to be reloaded and you just start again. And we are working on that to change it so it doesn't. So if you change the configuration, it will just the threads will eventually pick up the new configuration. Next thing, remove the locking in the QPDB. We are collectively as a team working on that. It is quite a difficult thing because and some of the things we are considering doing and might not be, we might not end up doing this like this, but that's our goal. And the other thing is the address database where we store the name servers. So basically, these two use cases are the shared data that needs to be kept shared. And do we have some progress already? So this is what we can squeeze out of our performance measurement system. Is based on GitLab CI and Shotgun DNS measurement system. So this is roughly 300 QPS, and this is the cold cache. So as you can see, we are far to the right because we are really doing this hard. And this is 918, and the individual cars are the number of the threads. So from right, well, maybe, yeah, you can see it on the right. That's just single thread. It doesn't do anything if you just hit it that hard. And the magenta one is 16 threads. It tries to do something at least. And the difference between 918 and 920 is there's quite significant improvement. Don't forget this is logarithmic. So so this was 40% of drops, and this is only 20% of drops. So that's quite 20% improvement is quite significant, I would say. For memory, when I first draw these pictures, it was like, what's going on? This should not look like this. It shouldn't be crazy octopus, but it is. And with 920, it looks much better, right? This is what we expect, not this crazy octopus thing. So I think we are heading in the right direction. So for CPU usage, this is 916, and this is 16-core machine. So and so on the y-axis, it's basically multiplied by 100. So this means that the CPU usage is not fully using even 14 of these, and it's kind of fuzzy, So it means that there are some lock contention and stuff. So for 920, we are almost, they are over 14, and it lacks looks less fuzzy. The thing is that it still could be the locking, but that makes it less fuzzy because there could be some busy waits or some stuff. But in the end, yeah, if I go back, yeah, the performance did improve. So yeah, I think that the locking is not a huge problem right now. So the problem is like improving what has to be done inside, and the spikes. It might be just a measurement artifacts. This is very hard to, it's run in the AWS or some other cloud. So it's hard to get exactly the measurement what happened in these spikes. Yeah, that's it. Now, I hope it helps with your project.
What an amazing piece of work in software engineering, really. Thanks for sharing the tools, sharing the techniques. And now it's time for questions.
Hello, Babak with Quad9. Fascinating work. Thank you very much for all the work you put in, especially as an operator that, we max out all the CPU cores, so this really matters. Just a question, I was wondering if you have ever measured the impact of this work on power usage? Or do you expect any impact on power usage?
We don't have that measurement anywhere. But yeah, if you use all your CPUs, then probably it will also affect the. But I think that goes hand in hand. So if you make this more effective, you will be able to use the cores to full speed, but at the same time, if you are not so fully loaded, it means that you will consume less CPU. Yeah, I also taught a parallel programming. I was a guest lecturer in parallel programming class at the university, and that's what I was saying to these students. Not everything can be scaled by just putting more money into the cloud. I think it was Bert Hubbard who wrote this, or I might be misremembering, but if you can make it a little faster, you should always, because you don't know if your service will be used by 10 users now, but by 10 million users in a year. And 1 millisecond for 10 users is nothing, but 1 millisecond for 10 million users is a lot of money, a lot of power, and I don't care about the money. I work for a non-profit, but as long as I'm getting paid. But the impact on the environment should be always considered when you are doing coding and make stuff as much effective as possible, because it has real world impact.
Thank you.
Hello, Tomasz PCH. You talked about debug probes in Bind. The question is that like a production feature which you intend to put into production packages, or that is
it's there. I think it's in the package.
It's not in the Debian, but I will send patches then. So
no?
that was the question.
Well, the Debian is a little bit weird with the whole system thing, because I wasn't be able to run it on Debian, so I'm using Fedora.
On Debian, you only need to install some build dev packages or something like that. So yeah.
But in Fedora, it's enabled in the libc. In Debian, the probing is not enabled in the libc,
Okay.
and it probably. I'm a Debian developer, but I haven't been active in the Debian itself. But I think that needs to be fixed.
We will talk afterwards in the hallway. So yeah.
Hello, Gerhard Stein from Flex Optics. Awesome presentation. Thank you very much. I'm curious about your opinion. I mean, C language has been kicking around for decades, and it's a proof that we have fine out of engineering. I'm curious, what's your opinion about more modern language trying to tackle dangling pointers and so on, like Rust, for example?
So the C is very dear to my heart. So my opinion is that the memory safety is a great thing, but for example, in Bind, we take a great care about sanitizing all the inputs. We make mistakes, but everybody makes mistakes. But I've been saying that for some time. I think that not everybody can upgrade to Rust, right? But I think that the whole open source and general software ecosystem could be improved by just using modern C features. Because you see projects using C89, C99, and if you go just to C11, or if you want to be fancy, C23, the language provides you with better tools and better checks, and it's easier to go from C99 to C11 than to go from C99 to Rust. So our shared responsibility might be just pushing all these projects that might not have enough resources to just do a complete rewrite, to just improve the code quality by using the better C standards. That's my view on the. I'm definitely I'm a fan of Rust, but I'm not a fan of the evangelism.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Any questions from remote, Marco? Nothing? Okay, then thanks again, Ondřej. That was very insightful. And now I welcome Maria on stage. She's going to talk a bit about more soft topics.
Hello, Maria. It's Maria here again. It's almost again that I am between you and the lunch, but there is one person more. So I'll try to be appetizing. First of all, I want to say we are not going to migrate to Rust. We stand firmly with the same as Ondřej said. It's a good idea to upgrade to newer versions of the C standard. And if I will look at it in a little while. Because, well, what it takes to maintain an open source software? Well, you need to develop something, you need to test it, you need to support it for the customers who are paying you, you have to merge contributions, and in all of that, you have to do some product management, project management, and you have to track the RFCs which are coming up like crazy. And my first question is, what's the rewriting to Rust in these 6 points? It's actually not the development. It's not a new feature. It needs a lot of testing. It needs a lot of support. And it needs an awful lot of product and project management. I would have to stop bird development in features for like 3 years or more just to do the rewriting to Rust. So no, thank you. This all we were doing in 2 people in year 2022. And that was way too much for us. And then there is the problem with external contributors, which I complain regularly about. The contributions are basically not oriented the way we always need. You can get a fix for a bug. You can get a new feature. Sometimes the feature needs a complete rework. So you get a piece of code, and then you find out that it's gonna kill performance or something like that. And then you think about it, and it takes weeks. Then you think more about it, and it takes months. And then you find out that you have not replied to that contributor even. So they feel like you are ghosting them, which brings some more problems, like it's stupid to tell that contributor after half a year that their code is complete crap. Because I should have told them right away that I'm looking into it and it smells badly. And also you won't get any performance improvements and any refactoring from your external contributors. So if you have a project which is 25 years old, you are simply getting more and more crap into your code without actually updating your data structures to support the new features which you need. So there is a hack over hack over hack. So this is why it took me so much time to finish bird 3, but that's another thing. So let's find another developer. let's find a senior. I was trying to find some. It was quite a hard job. So let's find a junior. And then you find out they give you the first code and it's completely for nothing. You can just throw it out. They basically aren't as good as you after 10 years on the project. They don't know anything. Why have you ever hired them? So I could just throw them away and do the work they did in a week. I have just wasted money and time, or not. Because this is not a short run, and a junior is not a low-paid senior. It's a person who needs support and who needs to grow. And the junior is not going to grow in 3 months. They are not going to grow in a year. This is a several-year-long process. And there are many cases in the IT industry where you hire people after school and they hop between several companies and then go out of the IT completely because they have burnt out. And the burnout is a serious problem, and burnout prevention is one of the things we are trying to implement quite a lot in the team. Also, there's a question. What are you going to assign to the juniors? This is the real problem. And the only answer I am approving is the last one. They should do easy development tasks. Everything else needs either completely different skill sets, or they need to be a senior to do that. But you should choose what development tasks are actually the right one. Because what I see like a 2-line change in the filter engine is a nightmare of studying thousands of lines of other code before finding out that these 2 lines should be actually changed. Also, fixing some bugs is not always the right way to go. But we managed somehow. The juniors grow, and now finally I'm feeling like when we went to write, the work is going on. It has not stopped. Nice. The juniors are doing their work. But we had to put the work in and lead them to be productive. Also, the other thing which blocked us from actually doing some sustained work is support. Because if 2 developers do all the support and customers asking for how to configure BERT, well, it's not going to fly. So we hired some L2-3 support staff. They also need to be taught something. They need to learn a lot, they need to grow, because, well, you don't hire people who are very proficient with BERT just there on the street. It's quite, I would say, impossible. So you have to find people who have potential, which comes me to the question, what happens next? What should the L2-3 do? And that's not so bad as with the juniors. You just delete all those two administrative things and assistant things. But some of those are really tending to do this. So sometimes you have to stop them from serving tea to you. But they also have to think out of the box. And you can't just You have to insist that they start with the beginning, but they have to know the customer. You would not ask DKIX if their BGP, who is complaining that the BGP session is down, whether they plugged the cable in. That would be blasphemy. They also have problems with you, the developers. Because you are responsible for putting the documentation in, and they are just going and complaining. There is no documentation. How should I reply to this customer? I have no idea. And then you find out that the L23 stuff is actually for nothing because you have to reply because you have no documentation. But that's our fault, and we have to fix it. So now Bird team has 7 people instead of 2. Wow. Which brings me to the other problem. I have stopped coding. I do lots of other things. Well, I have not stopped coding, but it's quite hard to get the time. I am doing supervisions. I spend time with the juniors, looking at their code, walking through it, through their changes and saying, well, please don't do this, please don't do that. Let's do this a different way. And so on and so forth. And then I commit this and amend the original Git commit, and the submission is under their name. Because it's their code. I have just done those simple updates. And it helps them grow. I have to do a lot of corporate bullshit. You just have to have somebody who is speaking to the sales, because otherwise the sales will just sell somebody Bird with ChatGPT as the route selection engine. And they will insist that you are going to implement it in half a week. Why? This is why the corporate structures do exist, and there must be somebody in the team who is at least willing to speak to the marketing, because otherwise they are marketing something else than you are actually doing. That's not working. Also, somebody has to do the hiring. Somebody has to sit with those candidates and find out whether they are good or bad for your job, whether they are going to fit in the team. And it's not just the time you are sitting with them. It's the time you are preparing that, you are communicating with everybody. Then there is the risk whether they are going to be the good ones or not. It's a lot of work. And you have to ensure that everybody on the team is actually happy somehow. That people are coming to the job willingly, that you don't have to check whether they are working or not, because they feel like it's the right way to it's the right thing to do, and their job is not mundane. If you are looking at the same screen for a week, looking at the same bug, and you are stuck, then there is a problem. And this is why the seniors are in the team. And this is why the juniors have to ask the seniors, hey, what's going on here? And the seniors have to come and say, not say, hey, I'm taking it. They have to say, well, let's walk through it with you. And this is the real skill one doesn't have when becoming just a senior. So what happened? I'm not coding almost. Sometimes still some code comes up, but most of the code is done by someone else. I'm happier. I don't have to do so many things. I have to do lots of other things, but I am not feeling so much pressure as before. We are still not catching up with the RFCs. The IETF is just a machine for work. But now there is at least some hope. There was no hope 3 years ago. So, to end it, I would say the 3 years between RIPE in Berlin and the RIPE in here It was a long run. It was crazy. There were lots of things to do, lots of things to learn, lots of things to find out that I have to learn, but I didn't know that I would ever need. And in the end, it's thanks to the whole team that they are actually willing to work at BERT, and thanks to BERT support customers who are willing to pay for it.
So, Ondřej, questions?
Hi, this is Ondřej. I see. I do have not a question, but a recommendation. You let it go. I learned to delegate, rely on your team, and that helps a lot in the role you are in. And I'm sure you have a great team, and I do have a great team, and it's hard to let go because we all know that, because the only person who does it right is I. But it's also a skill that not even the person in leadership, but also the seniors, and you said that, need to learn to just let it go, and not everything has to be perfect. And I know you have a great support from the CZ.NIC leadership, as I do, from my and Jeff here. But that's an important lesson to learn.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, this is one of the hardest things to do, to let it go and to accept that not everything is going to be under my direct control.
Hi, Gerardo, again. Thank you very much for your presentation. I try to tell people that technology is people, and because most of us forget this. One question: have you tried into changing the junior devs and support staff? Because I find that sometimes bringing developers from the support staff into development actually brings them with a somewhat of an enriched experience, which helps in both cases.
This is a hard thing to do because actually it's way easier to hire a junior than to hire an L2-3 support. Because to hire a BERT experienced user and a network administrator is much harder than hire a junior who is proficient in C, who I can then teach the networking part.
Any questions?
Yes, we thought about it, and there are some parts of the L2-3 support team who is actually a little bit with an overlap to the development, and vice versa. Some of the juniors tend to do a little bit more of the support stuff. So I don't categorize it. It's just who wants to do what, then they do it.
If there are no questions from remote, I have a personal comment to you, Maria, speaking as an individual. One of the tasks you listed for you, and you even marked it bold, was ensure that everybody is happy. And I wanted to tell you that don't put too much pressure or too much burden on you, because that is not doable. You cannot do that. The task is maybe to ensure that there is an environment there for everybody to be able to become happy, but you will not be responsible for everybody's happiness.
Yeah, thank you. I a little bit over-exaggerated it. It was like I have to create the environment and I have to maintain it, but it's still actually my responsibility that the environment is there. So I have to keep it and maintain it. It doesn't mean that I have to ensure personally that everyone is happy at every time.
Thanks for sharing.
Thank you.
And our last presenter is already there. He's going to present from remote. Hello, Martin. Nice to see you. And Martin's going to talk about all things SDN. So the floor is yours, Martin.
Hello, I hope you can hear me. And I'm trying, I know it works. Okay, here we go. Thank you for having me. I'm Martin Stiemerling from the Darmstadt University of Applied Sciences, and I'm talking about yet another SDN controller, but it's a bit about the controller, but I think it's a nice add-on to what Maria was saying right now, because it's also about, let's say, how to educate people coming into the area of networking. And the first question, maybe most of the people in the room have, okay, SDN controller, we have them all, why yet another SDN controller? So we are from an academic background, and we try to use a lot of existing SDN controllers actually to educate students here in running SDN networks, figuring out what they could do, but also getting people their hands on and extending it with their own code, with applications for this. But we figured out that the existing ones like ONOS, Open Daylight, you name them, are either built around OpenFlow, which is by now more than outdated protocol, or they are all too big ships in terms of the code base is just too big. It's not documented. If you try to add something, it will take you like half a year to dig into the code and try to find out what the code is doing. And typically, you may still know this from your student times. You don't have 6 months of student time to work on this, but it's more like 3 weeks, 4 weeks, so it's too much. Further, the operation setup's too complex, and in the meanwhile, while we were working on this, there was something from the ONOS people, which is called micro-ONOS, was started. And my reading was this was exactly for the same reason, because their old product was just too big. And in short, let's say, is this usable, or was it usable in research, operations, and teaching, and not from our experience? In the meantime, some other controllers spawned also, like TerraFlow, for instance. They addressed similar concerns about that the existing controllers are just too big to be used. So I did read this in this way. So we had the need for clean and well-documented code bases for research projects and for teaching. And we wanted to know how this all actually works, and not just thinking that we know it, like having, 400,000 lines of code, you probably don't understand this easily. And especially since most people here are not only doing, let's say, teaching and development, but I'm a professor, so I do, let's say, academic self-administration. I have to make other things, so time is usually limited, but that's probably true for everybody else. So what we wanted to have a stable and well understood SDN controller for our lab operations and teaching. And we said like, okay, we want to use something new. We didn't have the concerns about reusing things we already had. So we decided to say, let's go for model-driven software engineering with young models, use the GNMI protocol to talk from the SDN controller to the agents. And we didn't go for Rust, but we did go for Go, to develop our software there, because we just started from scratch. How does it look like? So the architecture itself, it's pretty easy, because our intention was to say that the controller itself should not have too much functionality in terms of networking protocols or networking features. So if you look to other controllers, this kind of picture is at least the full slide with 20, 30 boxes. And we decided to say, okay, an SDN controller should, in the best case, only be there to talk with the network devices, which are on the bottom of the slide with the southbound interface. It should have a database to store the information about the devices. And we also decided not to develop our own storage, but we said, okay, the database people have spent so much time in creating databases, talk about performance replications, so we just give it over there. We have an event system on the right-hand side, which is actually used for applications on top of them, that the applications can say, I'm interested in changing on certain network elements, your router, your switch, for instance, interfaces go up and down. Then the controller is actually taking care of getting this information from the network elements, storing it in the database, and notifying the event system to the application. And the application can just talk to the northbound interface to get this information and then decide through routing updates to implement a firewall service, whatever you think the networking part should be doing there. So the key facts is basically, because mostly when people talk about controllers, like, okay, how do you get actually the hand on the data coming from the network elements? We didn't do any manual programming, mainly for the reason that, say, if you look at a network element like a switch, you probably already have, let's say, 100 or 1,000 different parameters you can configure. Then you sometimes have to multiply it by the number of ports you have. So we said we need to have a model-based approach where we just take young models and automatically generate the programming stubs we can use. This is done with WiGod. For the northbound protocol, for the applications, we're using gRPC and also HTTP because some people like HTTP, some are gRPC based. For the southbound protocol, we only have one protocol. That's also a major difference to other SDN controllers. It's only GNMI because we said as an academic partner, we probably can maintain a single interface. But if you start maintaining 10 interfaces, it's just way too much. And persistence, meaning in the database, we have right now MongoDB or etcd. We use RabbitMQ for the events, and everything we're writing is or was written and is still written in Go, like the core of the SDN controller, the applications, but we also have the counterpart of the SDN controller, which is the SDN agent. So the applications, as mentioned, they're sitting on top of that. The core itself is extremely lightweight. It only can actually retrieve data, store data. It has some change logic inside. So if two applications write to the same part of the configuration, there is a conflict resolution included. The applications can subscribe to events, and they also rely on the representation of the information by young models. Okay, so wrapping up, because I'm hopefully not too fast, but I'm the last one before lunch, and I'm probably coming also to a more interesting part. Is this used anyway? Because proposing something is usually easy. First of all of this is BSD3 open source, so everybody can just take it, try it, come back with change requests. If we're able to handle them, we have to see. We use this heavily in the teaching and our master level networking courses. We have a number since like 5 years, different bachelor and master theses where students actually are, and this is coming back to the question about how to educate junior people to be more proficient in some topics. We use this that people can write the bachelor master thesis on this. So for instance, somebody was looking for high availability. Some other people could look into, let's say, performance bottlenecks, and they work on the code, they read through this, and so on. Plus, we're using this typically in research projects, like, and right now for us is quantum key distribution networks, the hot topic. There are 2 projects, and in both projects, actually, the controller is also deployed and being used for the operations of the particular networks. Okay, so what are the meta goals of this? First of all, do it yourself. We want to enable students to work in networking tech on well understood pieces, and not just when I started here like 11 years ago, people were doing some vendor and academy where people were sitting at the console and typing commands to enable interfaces and configuring VLANs. That's also needed at some point, but first of all, you should understand how does the network look internally, what are the protocols, how work there. And one of the big keywords, maybe in Europe, there's this big discussion about digital sovereignty. I would say, well, if you do it yourself, you're kind of independent because you know how to do it, you have some chance to understand it, and you don't have to just hang on other people's knowledge. Then we want to evolve the student abilities because it's a combination of science and engineering. So the people have to read papers. They have to learn a lot about network protocols, but also software engineering, coding skills. In some cases, like if it comes to high performance things, they have to figure out, okay, what is my hardware here anyway doing? And typical computer science students are too far away from hardware today. Then we have working together with international teams, which is also typically quite new to students. And last but not least, one important piece is also requirements engineering and also customer requirements engineering. So you can have a cool piece of software, but if your fellow student, which is coming next year, is not able to use it, it's probably not that well done. So you have to figure out, okay, what is actually the need of the students in this case, and how can you adapt to this? So we had this, I think the first presentation was about, let's say, where to get money from and in terms to pay your workforce. In our case, we aim at the great goal to save public money, public code. So that's the reason why we also publish everything under open source licenses. We can use some of our university resources, but that's typically limited manpower. For us, we have a relatively good infrastructure with a Git repository, code runners, so there are no limitations on our end. We have students' contributions, so students actually contribute code, and sometimes, as Maria said, some output is not usable, but now and then we have a student which contributes a major part to one of the elements which can use in the long run. We live a lot on public research funding, of course. And sometimes, but that's rarely, we get some industry funding to use this for some prototyping in a specific setting. Time commitment, as usually in open source, is a big problem. We use the code for teaching and keep improving. And that's the bad point. Sometimes, for instance, I spent this morning on improving some source code. I just had time for 6 months, but you have some pressure if you use this in your teaching. You need to keep up and running this stuff. Yeah. In the long run, it's as everybody knows, it's time consuming, it's hard work, it needs resources. Getting the funding isn't easy, but typically it pays off if students really say, okay, I've understood this. I could look into the code, how actually young models work, or how the controller is actually solving configuration conflicts, for instance, or how do I attach this to a FreeBSD box as my router, so they can actually have insights, more technical insights about this. So last but not least, no, that was too fast, is the bigger question for us in Europe, and this is not meant to exclude other people, but in Europe, there's the problem of, are we doing our technology on our own? And the question is probably, can something like this or like this help in Europe to actually educate people, to get people to work on things? And my bad example is, not sure if you have heard about this, is the Eurostack initiative. They have a really nice webpage, but they don't do code, right? And typically, it's about coding things, deploying this, getting feedback, and actually making some impact. Yeah. Okay, then last slide, and then I'm happy to take hopefully any questions. That's my contact. There's the goSDN controller as source code. And since most lab exercises we have found in the past always use commercial hardware, we also developed our own SDN engine, which runs on Linux and which can do some configurations, maybe not as many as commercial products, but it's under our full control. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Martin, for sharing. You were right on time. And also for sharing so many different ideas and questions with us. Are there any questions or comments from the room? There were a lot of questions in these slides, so I'm hoping there's something. But maybe we need some time, and we can also, of course, continue this kind of discussion on the mailing list. Do we have anything from online at this time? Okay. Then thank you again, Martin.
Thank you
for speaking with us.
Yeah. Have a good lunch.
Yes, I have a few final announcements for you before you go to lunch. As we said at the beginning, please rate the talks for the working group. Then we use that feedback for the presenters and for us next time in planning. I've also been asked to remind you that the NOMCOM that selects the next RIPE chair will hold office hours, second half of the lunch break in the Castanea room. So drop by in person if you have input for them. There is a ICP2 feedback session at the meet and greet desk 1:30 to 2, so the last part of lunch. PC election is still open, the RIPE program committee that selects the plenary amongst other meeting planning. So you have until 5 today to cast your vote on new members for the PC. Finally, PTNOC will have a feedback meeting in this room right after us. If you have any other feedback or comments for us, then please always feel free to share them on the working group or to mail us as chairs directly. Thank you and have a nice lunch.
1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, everyone, and welcome, a very warm welcome to our cooperation working group session this afternoon. My name is Desiree Milosevic. I'm one of the co-chairs of the working group, together with my colleagues Achilles Kimos, who's online this time, and Yul Helsingius. So I'll briefly take you through the agenda that we have, and then if you have any suggestions or for any changes, please raise your hand and let us know. We will have first of all, a session that is starting with the, I don't see the agenda online, but I'm sure you have it in front of you. The first speakers will be Christoph Mertens and Amédée von Moltke from the BEREC Open Internet Working Group. They're both co-chairs, and they will tell us a little bit about the report that BEREC has done on the IP interconnection charges and how all the surveys they've done. This is a familiar topic to many of you that we've been covering. And for some reason, my laptop seemed to be stuck. But then we will move on to the second part of the session that will be moderated and chaired, and speakers will be introduced by Yul Helsingius, will be joined by Olli Peltonen, a retired I think military person from Finland, talking about some vulnerabilities in the ecosystem, especially with a view on submarine cables and vulnerabilities and resilience. Then he will be joined by Emile from RIPE-NCC and also David Belston from Cloudflare. And after that, we will hear from the European Commission officials, Rudiger, Martin, thank you, and Goran Milenkovic here. And they will present their multi-stakeholder platform for internet standards development and share that with you. And last but not least, we will hear from Shafiq Chaya from RIPE-NCC, who's going to share with you some updates from the Middle East region and activities of RIPE-NCC. And we might also have some time for the questions. So if without further ado, I would also like to remind everyone that RIPE-NCC election voting will close today at 1700 if you haven't voted yet, and that you should also rate the talks. Thank you. I believe our speakers, Christopher Mertens and Amédée von Moltke, are already online. So if you could please start with your presentation, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. We still don't see you, but we will. Yeah, we do see you as well.
Great. I'm maybe we just wait for a second for my colleague Christoph, who is, I think he's online, but I'm not sure. He's having maybe difficulties speaking and being seen. Christoph?
Okay, let me ask here, has he been promoted to the speaker? Christopher,
I see that
has. So he has been promoted to the speaker. He should be able.
It's funny because I can see in the column there, he's on participant mode right now. Now he's in speaker mode. Christoph, can you unmute yourself? Seems like a bit of difficulties on Christoph's end.
Amédée, do you have the slides, or we can still?
I think I have the slides. I have control on the slides.
Yeah, it'd be good if you were to start and.
Okay, well, I will try and do my best on my own until Christoph can join us, hopefully. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us. I'm Amédée von Moltke, one of the co-chairs of the BEREC Open Internet Working Group. I'm a legal advisor at the BIPT, the Belgian telco regulator. And my colleague, who I hope will be with us shortly, is Christoph Mertens, who works at the German regulatory authority, BNetzA. He's been there for many years and has been participating in BEREC as well for many, many years. And the idea that we wanted to do here is just to run down basically what we did last year on IP interconnection. And the idea here is to give you basically snapshots of our findings. As you probably know, I mean, IPIC is a very topical issue right now. It's something that we've at BEREC have dealt with for numerous years. I mean, this is nothing really new for us. We had a first report back in 2012, another one in 2017, and of course, most recently last year. And of course, one thing that, and one reason why this is a very topical issue right now is because, as you're probably well aware, it basically dovetails with the so-called fair share debate that has been heavily being promoted by certain big ISPs, asking for basically financial contributions from content and application providers. Now, to make things very, very clear from the outset, in the report, we're not delving into the fair share debate. BEREC has provided already an assessment on the proposals by the large telcos in a separate opinion. And so here, the idea was to do a really facts-based analysis of the situation in 2024, i.e. 7 years after our last report, to see what has changed, if anything has changed. And so what we did was, we did a very thorough exercise, numerous workshops, a pretty intensive data collection exercise. We went through the broad spectrum of stakeholders, from academia, obviously CDN providers, ISPs, CAPs, so the full gamut of stakeholders. And if I summarize the high-level observations, well, I mean, it was basically a ping-pong match between, on the one hand, large ISPs and basically everybody else. Very large disagreements and very, very polar opposite positions. But to summarize and make a long story short, I mean, we find, broadly speaking, that IP interconnection, the ecosystem, the markets, basically, they work well. I mean, the conclusion that we had in 2017 basically still holds today. So that's the long story short. And if we delve into the issues very quickly, giving you, as I said, the snapshots of the elements of the report. So these are the different topics that we explored. And if we go through them very quickly, one by one, well, firstly, in terms of traffic developments, indeed, we see that, of course, traffic rates have increased. They're still growing. There was a peak during the COVID-19 pandemic. But what we see is that things have stabilized, and more importantly, we believe that even though traffic rates are still probably going to keep on rising, this is something that we believe the internet will continue to manage, just like it always has, basically, and basically due to technological innovations and competition. So that's regards traffic developments. And on the other hand, when we look at pricing developments, so yes, traffic is increasing, but not as much as basically prices are going down. So when it comes to IP interconnection, whether it's transit, peering, what we see is that prices are continuing to go down, drastically so when it comes to transit. And again, here the same dynamic, i.e. technological innovations, primarily with the development of on-net CDNs, which are becoming much more prevalent now versus when we looked at IP interconnection back in 2017. And so again, here the nutshell message is that yes, traffic has been growing, but pricing for interconnection has been decreasing massively. And here I would maybe, Christoph, are you there? Unfortunately, it seems like my colleague Christoph is having some continued difficulties, so I'll just keep on here. But in terms of market developments, what we've seen is, on the one hand, large caps have been making significant investments in the infrastructure, particularly the backbone infrastructure, and therefore they continue to exert competitive pressure on transit providers. We've seen an increase in traffic, which is being exchanged via on-net CDNs, as I mentioned previously with regards to pricing. It's one of the reasons why IP interconnection prices has been decreasing. What we see as well is that in terms of transit is something of much more of a fallback option, but it's less of a substitute to peering if there are things like high latency and bandwidth requirements. Now, the next issue that we looked at was to look at basically the generic structure of IP-IC issues. So here, it's not that we looked at specific cases, but based on different issues that came up during the consultation, based on our evidence gathering exercise. What we tried to do here was to describe in a very generic way the structure of disputes that may occur in the context of IP-IC. And basically what we have here are basically the idea that there's congestion, and one side, i.e. the caps, have been basically saying that there's artificial congestion, i.e. that ISPs manufacture this congestion on transit routes, versus ISPs who basically say that this is just a purely technical issue on the other hand. Now, what we found is that indeed artificial congestion of transit routes is a strategy which ISPs can indeed implement, and that it's not something that they will implement only in the context where all routes are congested. So if an ISP has a tight traffic ratio as a requirement for settlement-free peering, for example, then transit providers may not take on additional traffic if the settlement-free peering relation turns into a paid relation. And we also gathered evidence from the US for this. So the idea that ISPs can and do basically artificially manufacture congestion, and that it can happen in cases where not all transit routes are congested. We have gathered evidence of this from the US. But broadly speaking, what we find is that, yes, this is a strategy which can be implemented, that ISPs can also have the incentives for this, but that when it does occur, these are basically edge cases, i.e. these are quite discrete issues in an otherwise, broadly speaking, fully functioning market. The next thing that we looked at was bargaining, which is basically prolonging, when we look at disputes, basically what we find is that this is very much dependent on the bargaining relationship, the bargaining power relationship between ISPs and caps on the other hand. And again, what we find here is that basically both sides have polar opposite views on the bargaining dynamics. So ISPs, on the one hand, they will claim that caps, they have must-have content, and that there's basically asymmetric regulation which favors them, versus, on the other hand, the caps, who say that, well, it's the ISPs who have all the power because they have the termination monopoly. They have access to the end users. And what we find in this context is that, in fact, there is a sort of mutual interdependence between caps and ISPs. And there are different factors that will go into the relative bargaining situation of the players involved, be it the degree of substitutability of transit and peering, the cost structure, which may be more heavily skewed towards variable cost or fixed cost, economies of scale, and technological developments. And again, here one thing that we should insist upon is that what we found is that, so the current debates are basically focused on issues that involve the largest actors, the large caps versus the large ISPs. But of course, small caps can and are also affected. So small caps using transit providers, if the transit provider has to pay to the ISP, well, that transit provider may then pass on the cost to the smaller caps, who may be then placed at a competitive disadvantage. Another aspect which we looked into, which also impacts the bargaining situation between caps and ISPs, is the number of end users of the ISP. So of course, the bigger consumer base that the ISP has, the more relative bargaining power this ISP will have vis-a-vis caps. But again, overall, what we find is that in the context of IPIC, the relative bargaining situation is relatively balanced, even though for smaller players, typically they will bear higher costs, and which obviously affects their bargaining situation vis-a-vis ISPs. And the last issue that we looked at was the more regulatory aspect of things, namely the relationship between IP interconnection and the open internet regulation. Now, the open internet regulation, basically net neutrality rules in the EU, they only apply to internet access service. At least facially speaking, the value chain, so the position in the value chain is at the very end, basically. And so, formally speaking, one could say that IPIC is outside the scope of the regulation. And yet, BEREC has stated in its open internet guidelines that, bearing in mind that the regulation cannot be circumvented in any way or form, then indirectly, IPIC is in fact in scope. And this is what we further clarified in the report, i.e. that IPIC cannot be used, an ISP cannot basically leverage its position in IPIC to indirectly violate the open internet regulation, and artificially manufacturing scarcity can, at the end of the day, impact end user rights. And so therefore, this is something that potentially could constitute a violation of the open internet regulation. But any such finding would basically require a case-specific examination of all of the relevant circumstances. So that's basically, in a nutshell, our report on IPIC. Again, to reiterate the message that I mentioned early on, just like it was in 2012 and 2017, the IPIC ecosystem is one that BEREC finds is, broadly speaking, fully functional. There are clearly some issues, relatively edge cases, which can and do actually occur. But at the end of the day, we feel that, and stakeholders, broadly speaking, felt that no specific additional intervention was needed. And I think my time is up, and that is all for our presentation today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Amédée. I hope you heard the applause. So everyone, I was really appreciating your talk and covering for Christoph, who we couldn't hear. There were some difficulties. And so thank you so much. I'll just open the floor to see if there are any follow-up questions on your report or findings. It seems that everything has been clear. And so again, thank you for being with us here today, and thank you for your presentation. I know you have published an article as well about your report on labs and RIPE labs, so I think anyone online and here could also find more details in that. And then for the sake of time, we'll move on to our infrastructure session, and I'll ask you to take care with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Desiree, and hello, everybody. I'm Hilf Helsinghius. I'm chairing this sub-part of it about infrastructure. We're all very proud about how the internet deals with sort of disturbance and compensates and routes around and this and that, but so we have to remember that we are relying on infrastructure that is very vulnerable, and the internet can't always cope, even though it has been coping very well. So to start with, I'm really happy to sort of have here, unfortunately only remotely, retired Commander Olli Peltonen, who has a lot of experience about submarine cables. Go ahead, Olli.
Okay, thank you, Julf. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Can you hear my voice?
Very well, thank you.
Okay, thank you. In this presentation, we focus on the sabotage targeted against submarine fiber optic cable connections in the Baltic Sea. And I'm Olli Peltonen. I'm an independent consultant and a retired Finnish Navy officer. I had a 30-year career. I served for 18 years in strategic level positions within the Finnish Defence Forces Communications and Information Systems sector. And I also made 2 tours in Brussels representing both Finnish NATO and EU missions. And for some experience I had also as a young officer. I served as a first officer and also a commanding officer on board a fast patrol boat craft, which provided me now valuable insight also in the operational details of anchor usage. And the material for this presentation has been compiled entirely from public sources, and the viewpoints that I present are my own observations. Here we have 3 widely reported incidents in the northern Baltic Sea that have occurred over the last 2 years. On the night of October 7 to 8, 2023, Hong Kong vessel New Polar Bear dragged its anchor for more than 180 kilometers in the Gulf of Finland. And ultimately, the anchor broke loose after colliding with the Baltic Connector gas pipeline, which runs between Finland and Estonia. Anchor also damaged the undersea communication cable linking Finland and Estonia, and the EES-1 telecommunications cable between Estonia and Sweden. Furthermore, the Russian Baltic submarine cable running from the Leningrad region to Kaliningrad was also damaged. A year later, November 17, 2024, the Chinese dry cargo vessel Yiping 3 damaged a submarine cable that connects Sweden and Lithuania owned by Arelion. The following day, on the November 18th, the Sea Lion 1 cable owned by Cinia, Finnish company, and linking Finland and to Germany was also damaged. Just 1 month later, on December 25, the oil tanker Eagle S, owned by UAE company and flying the Cook Island flag, cut 4 communication cables, including Cinea's Sea Lion 1 again, as well as the Eastlink power cable between Finland and Estonia. Experts widely agree that these acts are part of Russia's hybrid influence strategies, and it is anticipated that we may encounter more attempts to disturb telecommunications connections also in the future. Hybrid influencing operates in a gray area between war and peace, and these activities are typically carried out as covert operations. Submarine cables represent critical infrastructure, and they can also be targeted in military operations, including first strikes of war. If we look closer, the most demanding of these incidents, the Eagle S, cut the 4 telecommunications cables in the Gulf of Finland on December 25th. Two of the Elisa company's cables were repaired January 6th, and the Sea Lion 1 was repaired the following day. And the Sea Lion 1 operator Cinea stated, I quote, "The repair was completed faster than initially estimated, despite the need for special equipment to be brought in from outside the Baltic Sea." End of quote. The repair vessel cable Vigilance was in France when it was called for the cable repair. Most of the time required for repairs is spent in moving vessels and spare parts to the damaged area. And based on the Eagle S incident, it can be concluded that the repair of the first submarine cables takes about 2 weeks from the moment of damage. Also in a quite demanding winter conditions in the northern Baltic. In all those incidents I mentioned, the cable owner have used cable ships to repair the damage. Very few cable laying vessels are available. For instance, in Finland, there is only 1 vessel dedicated to cable laying and repairs. The Telepatti, which was responsible for repairing the cables between Finland and Estonia that were damaged by the Eagle S, primarily lays and repairs submarine cables along the Finnish coastline and the archipelago and also in the lake regions. So it's a relatively small vessel. When multiple submarine cables are cut and require simultaneous repairs, it very fast creates a resource bottleneck for cable owners. For example, Cinea has contracted a French shipping company to repair the damaged Sea Lion 1 cable already twice in the Baltic. If we want to enhance the cable repair capacity, acquiring equipment designated for repairing submarine cables, such as the robot equipment shown in the picture taken at the cable Vigilance on the right-hand side, may be beneficial. This type of equipment can also be installed on multiple purpose vessels, such as icebreakers, which can be used as cable repair platforms when needed. Network reliability hinges on redundancy and the avoidance of single points of failure. The situation in Baltic Sea has notably improved in recent decades, resulting in several mutually supportive connections. And the assumption is that it is unlikely all connections will be down simultaneously normally. And On December 25th, 2024, the Eagle-S vessel cut off 4 submarine cables. Although this caused some latency in the network, services in Finland continued to function normally, almost normally. The Finnish operators deserve credit for diligently ensuring that undersea connections effectively support redundancy among themselves. In extreme situations, services could be maintained with a few functioning offshore connections. However, by cutting off her telecommunication connections, a country could be isolated from the rest of the continent for a considerable period. I would stress out that the rough location information of submarine cables is publicly available. These images that I show here have appeared in newspapers. It can be assumed that professional intelligence organizations that are willing to target submarine cable connections possess the detailed information about the routes. And we should also be prepared for such an unlikely scenario in which all connections are out of order. After rapid digitalization, services have become entirely reliant on the internet's functioning. A significant portion of cloud services is still operated or managed from data centers located overseas. The complexity and interdependence of these interdependence of these systems continue to grow without control, particularly with the introduction of new services. Even when services are provided from nearby data center, much of the traffic is still routed through Europe, often from countries like Germany or Ireland, as well as even United States. Disruption to overseas connections can significantly impact the daily lives of citizens. If one of the services within a service package fails, such as identification, for example, and there is no routable connection to the overseas servers, many related services may cease to operate. For example, stores cannot function without bank connections. They shut down the cash registers until the connection is restored. A service interruption lasting several days or even 2 weeks can have severe consequences. In modern society, there is no real viable alternative to digital services. Ultimately, submarine cable connections become an even more critical part of the infrastructure. As a summary, I would state that cable damage in the Baltic Sea is caused by deliberate sabotage. And large-scale disruptions to cable connections can have a profound impact on the daily lives of citizens. We should also prepare ourselves for the worst case scenario. To overcome such situations, it is crucial to practice a response against actions together in advance through exercises. Please consider the existing threat to physical infrastructure and plan comprehensively for the production, routing, and management of services. Keep in mind also the regional perspective so that we can rely on these services in the time of crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Olli. Or I have a big temptation to say, sir, thank you, sir. But I hope you hang around so we can And Jim, if you can actually hold your questions, we do the two next speakers quickly, and then we do a round of questions with all three presenters answering the questions. So next we have Emile from RIPE NCC looking at how things look from the IP perspective. Oh, we need them up.
Okay, yes. Clicker work, yes, perfect. Yeah, so quick 5 minutes, and this actually is a very short version of a longer talk we're going to give tomorrow together with my student Joachim, in the back of the room here, on how what RIPE Atlas actually saw about the specific events that were talked about earlier. So a RIPE Atlas perspective of cable damage in the Baltic Sea. So based on two things we pushed on RIPE Labs, and it's collaborative work with Alan, Anastasia, Jim, and oh, this, yeah, better. Okay. Okay, so timeline, and we're going to talk about like these are three specific cable outages and restores we looked at in detail from the perspective of RIPE Atlas. Much things in the media, like the previous speaker said, a lot of news articles and otherwise suggesting sabotage, and there's also other voices we hear from mostly from the submarine cable industry saying, yeah, but cable outages happen all the time. And to maybe disappoint you, our data doesn't tell you anything. We just collect neutral data on effects. So this is a visualization of the first cable outage that we saw, and Joachim is going to explain tomorrow in great detail what this visualization actually shows. So latency shift of a couple of paths with no packet loss that's correlated with it. Second, the Sea Lion one on the day later, the 18th November, same thing. Latency shift for some of the RIPE Atlas anchor pairs, but we didn't see any significant like level shift in the packet loss levels. And so as far as we saw it with RIPE Atlas, and we'll go into detail on like the possibilities and impossibilities of, so the orange nodes here, or the orange points here, are the places where we have RIPE Atlas anchors, and they all measure in a mesh. And in these meshes, we see about 20 to 30% of the path that saw like latency shifts, and not a lot of packet loss. And most importantly, the packet loss that we see didn't seem to be correlated with the events happening for these cables. So, in as far as we can see with RIPE Atlas, the internet routed around damage. Doesn't say that there was no local effects that could be seen, but the bigger picture is it all worked. And as the previous speaker also showed, there's a lot of cables running around the Baltic, so that's probably the thing why this worked. There's another interesting, with all of this, the knowledge that we had on like how to use the RIPE Atlas mesh, we went back and looked at another event that happened on 14 March of 2024. So there was a submarine landslide off the coast of Africa, and so we have RIPE Atlas anchors in South Africa and the UK, so that's sort of like the physical path that you would think these routes take, and this is what that looks like. So do I have a, no, it doesn't, so yes, I could. So what you see here actually is, and the most important thing is, I'm not that tall that I can point out the latency thing at the top there. So that's the most important thing here. So at the top graph, you actually see a packet loss. That's the black line there. And the scale, which is really small, but I hope you can read it, it's up to 40% of packet loss. Whereas before the event, it was way, 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 way less. So this actually is an event where you actually saw signs of congestion and increased latency. So conclusions from, and we'll go into some details tomorrow as well. Internet routed around damage in this case, and I'm not talking about here, but is that we actually have also traceroute data, and we saw multiple levels of redundancy at work there. So that's also like an important thing, that there's the layeredness of the internet really helps in what if one thing fails, another thing can take over. So yeah, but it's not guaranteed, as you saw from the case of the landslides off the coast of Africa. And yeah, I think we need to keep monitoring, measuring, and better understanding how the IP layer connects to the physical layer. Actually, quite a lot of complexity here. That I have a sense that few people actually understand how, like, the full picture of all the way up and down the stack, complete with sort of like the width of where stuff is deployed and where it's not deployed. So that's it for me. And I hear we don't do questions now, so we'll skip this slide.
Thank you, Emile. And of course, as we are here in Portugal, we also have to at least touch upon the other things that can go wrong, like losing power in a massive way. So luckily, we have sort of David Belson from Cloudflare to also give a little bit of input on that.
Thank you. I apologize in advance for the brightness of this background. I didn't quite realize that it was going to be up on the big screen, and it would be quite so jarring. So I'm David Belson. I am the product manager for Cloudflare Radar. Just as a brief introduction, it's a portal that we make available for free that has basically data visualizations based on the data exhaust largely from Cloudflare services. One of the things I do in that role is track internet disruptions, so outages, shutdowns, basically any unexpected events like that. And I've definitely tracked the results or the impacts of power outages in other countries like Cuba, Puerto Rico. But in this particular case, I'm sort of perpetually online, started to see stuff on social media about Spain and Portugal losing power. All of a sudden discovered that I couldn't get in touch with any of my Lisbon colleagues because they all fell off Google Chat. So clearly, and then started checking the traffic graphs that we had and said, okay, yeah, something is going on here. So began to dig in and begin to put together a blog post on what was going on. So in covering the outages due to, or the disruptions due to power outages in the past, I found that our traffic data, our connection quality data, and routing data often gives the best picture of the impact. What did we see happen? And to give credit where credit is due, the routing data that I'll show you is based on data we get from both RIPERIS and from route views. So I've broken it out by country, so I'll kind of bounce back and forth between countries for the various metrics. So looking at internet traffic, the impact to internet traffic in Spain, what I did was just took a look at, what happened immediately. And in Spain, we saw a traffic drop within the first 30 minutes. We saw it drop by 2/3. So you can see that very clearly in the straight line down there. We also have, as many of you may be familiar with, the Quad 1 DNS resolver. So I was able to look at traffic from that as well. We saw resolver traffic fall by about 57%, a little bit over half in the first half hour. And if I look at sort of the biggest gap in our net flows traffic, our overall traffic, that was down as much as 75%. The biggest gap there is 75% over the previous week. And you can see in general the patterns between weeks tend to map fairly closely to each other. If we dig in at a network level, you can see that very similar patterns when in terms of everything dropping. Vodafone dropped by about half, so Vodafone is in the lower left corner there. Traffic dropped by about 50% right away. But at Digi, which is next to it right here, traffic dropped by about 85% right away. The other three autonomous systems were somewhere in between. And these are on radar at a country level. We show the top 5 autonomous systems by user population. That's data we get from APNIC. So I'll look at for both Spain and Portugal that way. So in Portugal, right away, traffic dropped by about 60%. And then resolver traffic fell by a little bit less than half, about 46%. But in Portugal, the biggest gap there that we saw was down 93% over the prior week. So that's probably about mid-afternoon, early evening on UTC on April 28th. Looking at it at an ASN level, at a network level, one of the things I thought was really interesting when I first started investigating what was going on was that Mayo Mobile, so AS42863, they were the only ones that saw traffic spike immediately. Everybody else, as you can see, fell pretty significantly, fell pretty quickly. Mayo Residential, so the broadband part of Mayo, dropped almost 92% immediately. So they saw almost a complete outage right away. But I think what happened is people said, okay, Mayo Mobile, I can still do some stuff on my phone. So they flipped over to that. My understanding, you can see it drop pretty quickly after that. My understanding from colleagues is that they actually turned off mobile data service. I don't know if it was Mayo Mobile, but my understanding is that the mobile providers turned off mobile data services pretty quickly in order to make sure that bandwidth or capacity was available for like first responders and folks like that. And in the other ASNs, traffic fell between 62 and 91% almost immediately. We also do some network quality measurements, so looking at latency and bandwidth that we measure around the world. So right away, over the course of the disruption, we saw the median download speeds measured in Spain fall by almost half, from 35 megabits to 19 megabits. And then latency almost doubled, grew from about 22 milliseconds to about 40 milliseconds. A little more extreme in Portugal, where the median download speeds fell from about 40 megabits a second to as low as 15 megabits. Although you can see from the graph that it fell fairly sharply and then kind of recovered pretty quickly as well. Similarly, the median latency grew from about 20 milliseconds to a little more than double to about 50. And then finally, looking at the announced IP address space. So again, this is the data we aggregate from RightBriz and from route views. We looked at the amount of announced /24s for IPv4. That fell by about 9% overall. And the amount of announced V6 space fell by ultimately by about half, down to about 47%. However, having said that, the initial IPv4 drop before it dipped was closer to 5% down, and the V6 was closer to about 18% down. And digging in a little bit, looks like those two sort of massive drops were due to loss of space at Telefónica de España. And then in Portugal, they lost about 8% of the country's announced IPv4 space and about 19% of the announced V6 space. And again, you can see that they sort of started to fall slightly, and then there were some more significant drops. And then digging in here, it looks like that was just due to losses across multiple ASNs. And then ultimately, just this is all data collected from the Cloudflare network. We're in over 330 cities, connect with 13,000 providers, including many of you, and have almost 400 terabits of global network capacity. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So now, feel free to drop your laptop. Questions, comments, opinions, And of course, you guys, if you want to comment on each other's things, feel free. And I hope we have all the online. Yes, go ahead.
Yes,
Hello?
here I am.
First of all, thank you for your talk. Maynard from TU Dresden. The graphs you show recently, what I saw was that there was never a drop to 0. So have you looked into the regions that stayed connected, or and especially why?
So yes, so actually there's a blog post that I published on this where we actually do go into the regional views as well. I didn't include those graphs in here just I think for the sake of time, but I didn't look, so there definitely were some regions where we didn't see traffic, fall to 0 or close to 0. As far as why, I didn't dig too far, but my suspicion is that they were connected to the grid differently. So they weren't getting the power from the same place as other regions that were more affected.
Thank you.
Hi, Eduardo, Portuguese person in this case. So one of the things that you mentioned was that you've seen that cellular networks was not turning off, but slowing down, right? So what the operators said was that they were turning off 5G because everyone was moving from the landlines to the mobile phones, and it didn't have capacity to work.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Maria Isabel Gandia from Barcelona, from Spain, living there when the blackout happened. And of course, not losing a connection at any point because I was connected from home thanks to power generators. So the traffic didn't go down because power generators were running with gas oil, of course, but they were running. That's the main reason. And in my case, I was very lucky, but I was connected through my phone and through to my company through the network because the network was working. Most of the operators are working. And from the point of view of the internet exchange, people, or not people, the providers were up. The eyeballs were down.
Right.
That was the point.
Jim Reed, I'm just here as a freelance consultant. I've got a couple of naive, stupid questions for Ollie. I think Ollie's presentation, I found it really fascinating. But two questions for him in particular is, why on earth are ships dropping anchors? where they know cables are. I mean, ships captains know not to drive their boats onto shallow water or where there are rocks. So why would they deliberately drop anchors in a region where they know there are physical cables on the seabed? And my second question is, when they do that, are there any penalties for them? We know, for example, if an oil tanker spills water, spills oil, there's a penalty for that. They're fined. Are there any fines for damaging these cables?
Okay, thank you for those questions. At first, I must say that I'm a trained naval officer. I'm basically have been working also as a first officer and also commanding officer on board a vessel. And I must say that I don't see any reason for dragging, for example, 185 kilometers your anchor behind you, and so that you could do it so that you don't recognize that you are dragging anchor behind you. It's almost impossible. If any of you has been on board maybe passenger vessel and experience what happens when anchor is dropped, it's actually quite violent happening when there's a lot of noise, and if you drag it behind you, it also affects on the steering of the vessel. It's actually something that no shipmaster can avoid of noticing. So I think that the possibility that it's done by accident and so no one notices, it's basically zero.
Yeah, I'll just make a little cynical observation. You might remember there was an incident in the North Sea a couple of months ago where two ships crashed into each other and one of them ended up going in fire. And the preliminary investigation of that turned out that neither ship had anybody watching what was going on. so maybe the ship's crews are maybe not as competent as they should be. Just as an observation, that's all.
Yeah, but I think that it's almost impossible if you are conducting it with a good seamanship habits. And the second part of the question that you asked, that actually this Eagle S ship was actually seized, and it was in Finland for 2 or 3 months, and in the end of the day they let it go. And I think the reason was more or less that it was uncertain if they can get more money of it, or if it's going to end up in good way. So it was this kind of insurance policy decision, more or less.
Thank you. Next.
Rodrigo Arenas from Chile. I don't know if you know that Chile was all black from energy 1 month or 2 before Spain. So we can access the same data to compare the between cases.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely on radar. If you select the date range and the country, you should be able to see the same thing. And if not, just feel free to contact me.
Thank you.
And also for RIPE Atlas, we have data for Chile and for the Portugal and Spain power outage. So you can also compare, and that also shows that sort of like in the core, a lot of stuff was still functioning.
So this is Ondřej speaking on my behalf. It was interesting to see how the physical actions like propagate to the networking, but I'm following up on the anchor thing. Wasn't it also said that some of those ships disabled the AIC as well? The identification, you know.
Yes. Yeah? So yes, it's the way that the shadow fleet operates. Yeah, they take off the identification system.
Rüdiger Volk. Kind of, as we have to assume that the dragging of anchors a couple 100 miles is deliberate attack in some way, I wonder kind of an adversary that would actually want to do damage to the internet globally and has lots of time, lots of peacetime to prepare. Is there actually a possibility that such a potential adversary would place explosives or something, like essentially on all of the relevant landing places, Submarine, of course, so that an adversary would have a chance of kind of cutting essentially all of the prepared redundancy that we operators have put in place?
Of course, we can speculate on that, and there is indications of this kind of intelligence done above the communications line on, for example, Baltic Sea and as well on North Sea, and of course I think it's possible, and the communication as well as electricity is actually quite this kind of a easy target. But on the other hand, Well, we can always speculate but I think that the most important thing is to understand that they are part of critical infrastructure and also can be targeted.
And it can also maybe more philosophical, but since we are adversaries and whatnot, but we all operate a single internet. So as long as we faith share that single internet, that hopefully would protect us as long as we keep faith sharing it. But maybe I'm too much of a hippie.
Robert Kistakirap, NCC, somewhat involved in Atlas. First of all, I'd like to apologize for our naming. We name Atlas anchors. To be fair, we did not anticipate the name collision when we named them. My question to Cloudflare would be, since you are serving multiple websites, a lot of them, did you see where people went to? Where were the increases of traffic? Did everyone go to Facebook or?
That's a good question. I did not look at that, but that's actually a really interesting avenue of exploration that I can do.
Hi, Desiree, using the mic here. Thank you, Emile. I think there's good things to take away from your presentation about the available capacity and what happens if there isn't that available capacity there. But also for David, you mentioned the differences for the IP address announcement fall. Can we learn something about the infrastructure? Because I think there's more IPv6 addresses that fell down. Or,
right. I'm sure that if you, so I didn't dig in terms of what it might say, but I'm sure that somebody, I think, with more experience in that area, more insight in that area, can probably figure out exactly, what happened and where, and I think that would give a better perspective on that.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we can wrap up now and move on. So Desiree, if you want to take over again, I just want to thank our three panelists. This was a very, very interesting and, how should I put it, maybe not the most conclusive to good night's sleep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, so our next set of speakers or speaker are Mr. Rudiger Martin and Goran Milenkovic. They will do a joint presentation about Commission's latest Internet Development Standards platform, so standards deployment. So please come on stage. Thank you. And
Okay, good afternoon. So my name is Rudiger Martin, and I'm here with my colleague Goran today. We are both from the European Commission, from different departments, though. I am coming from the Directorate General Content, Communications Networks, Content and Technologies, a Directorate General in charge of several digital policies. And Goran is coming from our Joint Research Center, so if you want, so in-house scientific research center. But most importantly, we are both European Commission. I'm talking to you today on a multi-stakeholder forum on Internet standards deployment. It's not about developing standards, it's really about deploying standards which are widely accepted and available. And what we are presenting today is a draft concept. So that basically means that this is not final, things can still change, but it reflects our current thinking. And that of course also means that there's a room for feedback, and we are also listening to feedback from the stakeholder community. So my task, given from which angle of the European Commission I come from, is the regulatory background, to give you an introduction into this and don't worry, I don't want to lose you here. I'm very quickly zooming from a very high level perspective into what we're really talking about. And in last October, there was the so-called Commission Implementing Regulation, which has been adopted by the European Commission. It's always referred to as the NIS2 Implementing Act. And this relates then, of course, to the so-called Network and Information Security 2 Directive, NIS2. And what it does, it lays down rules for this NIS2 application. And in what respect does it lay down rules for technical methodological requirements of cybersecurity risk management measures? So what does this mean? It addresses, it has a certain list of addresses like DNS service providers, TLD name registries, cloud computing service providers, data centers providers, content delivery networks providers, managed service providers, managed security service providers, providers of online marketplaces, online search engines, and of social networking service platforms, and trust service providers. So some of you here in the room might be directly impacted by this, others might not be, but it's nevertheless very relevant also for all of you, because I think everybody in the room has significant competence for what we're talking here about, Okay, so regarding the requirements, this implementing act has an annex, and there are these technological and methodological requirements. There are certain requirements for security in network and information systems acquisition, development, and maintenance. And now I'm getting more tangible. And point 6.7 talks about network security. And here, network 6.6.7.1 talks about a set of requirements which have to be fulfilled by the entities addressed by this legislation. And these are point J, adopt an implementation plan for the full transition towards latest generation network layer communication protocols in a secure, appropriate, and gradual way, and establish measures to accelerate such transition. So this somehow relates to IPv6. Then Measure K, adopt and implementation plan for the deployment of internationally agreed and interoperable modern email communication standards to secure email communications, to mitigate vulnerabilities linked to email-related threats, and establish measures to accelerate such deployment. So this is about email security and also to increase this security fast. And last but not least, apply best practices for the security of the DNS and for internet routing security and routing hygiene of traffic originating from and destined to the network. Now, there is, of course, a vast amount of existing knowledge, of existing work done on these subjects. But this is not known to everybody, and it also brings along challenges for the entities who have to fulfill these requirements. And also the question is, of course, also how exactly, what timelines. So what are the best available standards and what are the best deployment techniques to address all of that? And in order to respect the multi-stakeholder environment and also to give support to entities which do not have maybe the resources as such to dig out all this information by themselves, the Commission set out, the legislature set out here to establish a multi-stakeholder forum. Multi-stakeholder, very important here, that is why it's relevant for all of us, which would identify the best available standards and deployment techniques which help to fulfill these requirements. This, of course, wouldn't mean that this is the only way to fulfill something like that and that you have to do it like this, but this, of course, is a help and a support. And also, of course, if there's a requirement and somebody has to assess how things work, this is then also kind of a state of the art, which can be compared to what is actually done. I will stop here with these aspects because I think now if then my colleague takes over and gives you an insight into the draft concept, I think it will be clearer what this is all about, and everything else we can still clarify in questions.
Good afternoon. So my name is Goran Milenkovic. As Rudiger said, I work for European Commission for the JRC, Joint Research Center. It's a department of the Commission that works in different locations. The location where I work is in northwest of Italy, in Ispra, on the Lago Maggiore lake. There are all kinds of research happening there. What we are focusing in our work is digital technologies and cybersecurity. And now when Rudiger gave introduction of what actually is, what and why is this forum, I'm going to say just a few words about where we are with this and how we plan to make this happen. Because we, in this other part of the Commission, basically have a task to make this happen, to implement it. So a little bit about objectives already it was already mentioned basically. So the main objective of this forum is to come up eventually with a guidance for relevant entities. Relevant entities, remember those are those that are highlighted on the first slide. Those guys who actually have to implement this, who have legal obligation to implement these requirements. So to come up with a joint effort, with a guidance that can help them implement this, if you want in a really simplest term, by identifying best available standards where it's not clear. In some of these areas would be pretty clear what standards we are talking about. Identify best practices, discuss and come up with reasonable guidance on deployment techniques, because that might be challenging, as we all know, and with guidance on optimal timeframes. What is realistic what are the realistic time frames for implementation under each of these categories that Rudiger has mentioned. We do hope that in addition to this main objective, all of this whole initiative might have a little bit of what is mentioned here, like a broader value. Understand it as you wish, what broader value is, but the main point is not to only do it because it's regulatory obligation, but maybe we could all contribute through this forum. Maybe it could be one additional way how we could all exchange technical expertise and how we could finally move closer to a more secure and more robust internet infrastructure. Some of these that many of you are working and dedicated your careers to do that, maybe this could also have that benefit. So I'm not going to read the list of tasks. It's pretty self-explanatory how you would imagine all kind of individual things that this forum would have to undertake in order to, at the end, come up with outputs. And outputs, I mean, if I want to say in boring Brussels bureaucratic way, are for documents. But basically, this should be 4 guidelines for each of these areas that should be ideally one-stop shop for those entities who need to implement that and would guide them through the best ways to how to implement it. Now, this forum, all this is very preliminary. This is we are working on a concept, so we are in the conceptualization phase, and we are in the phase where we are reaching out to communities. Then this event is one of those attempts to reach out to you. So I'm going to tell you a little bit who do we see potentially wanting to join. Clearly, this is optional. Wanting to join or could contribute to the work of the forum. I listed here multiple communities, associations, organizations. Clearly, you'll recognize many of them, or you can identify with one or more of them. By no means this is conclusive list. And by no means this, we already, just a disclaimer, we don't have a buy-in or a formal acceptance from any of these communities. But we do hope that once the call is published, and I will tell you about that in a second, that these are the stakeholders that would like to join and to provide their expertise. How do we plan to structure this forum? We are planning to establish 4 different work streams, one for each of these areas that are identified by the legal act that Rudiger has mentioned. Each work stream to be chaired by chairs nominated by the Commission, and we envisage that there will be a small technical editorial group working, holding the pen and actually doing drafting of the documents, which would then be discussed at the work stream level. Not at the top in the sense of governing, but we also envisage to have a coordination group, seeing it as a chairs and co-chairs meetings, just to align and to make sure that there is no big gaps in the way how things go in the individual work streams. Methods of working, as you could imagine, plenary meetings, workstream meetings. We are going to provide collaboration platforms so the usuals that you would imagine in terms of logistics, support, so that this could actually work. When it comes to meetings, we plan that this work stream, we anticipate that there will be experts, there will be members who would span across multiple work streams, so we will also encounter for that. And to finish with a little bit of where we are and where we are going, because time is also running out. So this is the rough indicative time plan. I'm not going to read through all these activities, just going to highlight these milestones. So 3 important milestones. First, when the forum is established, we hope by the end of this, by the end of Q3, so in autumn, that we have the kickoff meeting kicked off, and that the whole thing starts. And then the second milestone, we hope to have first drafts by the end of the subsequent year. And if everything goes well, after consultations and improvements, to have a final version by the end of Q2 27. Now there should be one slide which is for some mysterious reasons missing from here. This is what the next steps are, but I will just conclude with that. So we are now in the phase of conceptualization, reaching out to communities, establishing, so to promoting this idea. What will happen next is we are also working on actual terms of reference. What we expect to happen next, hopefully soon, think about in a month time, we hope to actually publish the call for participation. Then we will reach out formally to you, so to say. So when that happens, just to keep in your mind, hopefully this helps you to understand what this is. And if everything goes well, in September, we hope to have our first kickoff meeting, which will be held in Brussels in the European Commission headquarters. Again, this is all preliminary, but I'll stop talking here because I see time runs out, and I think we are ready to take questions again.
So thank you. I'm Lars Lehmann from NetNode, and I have so many comments and so many questions. So the first one is that this to be, it looks like not invented here. I mean, I don't need another forum to go to discuss standards and implementation and whatnot. I already have a good number on my list. I travel for more than 100 days per year to go to conferences, meeting regarding this. The standards are already there in place. There is also so much documentation done. So why don't you ride on the existing structures for this? Because they are already there in place. Go look for them, please. We are happy to work with you on that. Also, the internet is not the European Union. The internet is international. Some of us who operate international infrastructure, we work worldwide. If we start to see requirements from the European Union on the operations we have, that will immediately give other parts of the world the same right to put requirements on our international infrastructure, and we will have competing requirements from different parts of the world, which we all will be unable to fulfill. And also, will you pay the cost for making these implementations? Thank you.
We need to cut the queue, so just get quick to your points, and I'll ask when would you like to respond, to take all the questions and respond, or yeah, maybe. So just we'll listen to you, and we need to hurry up because of the next speaker.
Okay. Hi, this is Ulrich from ICANN, speaking for myself. Well, I'm going to repeat his point, but there already is a multi-stakeholder process. Why don't you join it? Why do you expect everybody else to join your multi-stakeholder process? Thank you.
Hello, Alejandro Fernandez, Global Cyber Alliance. I'm talking, we are in the Secretariat of the Manners community now, and we have a meeting next week. So expect a message from me. I would like to, I think it would be a good, if you could speak there, if you are open and available. It's a bit of a short time notice, but I will forward a message to you. I have your email there, and yeah, just to let you know, if you want the Manners community to be part of this, it's a good opportunity to present this there, yeah? That's it, thank you.
Hi, sorry. Hi, Andrew Campling, 419 Consulting. Perhaps more positive that I think initiatives that encourage adoption of standards are good, because if I look across the EU, for example, levels of adoption are quite low in places for some standards, so there is certainly room for improvement. But so my comment, though, more for this community, more so than you guys, is a lot of those standards are being developed mainly by software developers, because there's very few people in this ecosystem that are represented in the standards forum. I'm thinking, for example, the ITF. So it would be, if there's a greater push to do the implementation, it would be fantastic to have more people that are at the operational end of the ecosystem to be involved in the standards development, so we get better standards that you can then focus to ensure they're deployed. Thank you.
Well, where to start and where to end? First, maybe let me say, yes, that's what we said. There are several bodies which are working on these different topics, but let's keep in mind that there's one important thing, or the elephant in the room, is that precisely we have a lot of stakeholders who do not have the capacity to look around all over and who are depending on really comprehensive guidelines. And then, of course, depending on the individual topics, the work might be simply referencing a whole set of already existing things. It might be referencing several other things which might be partly contradicting, and bringing them together and really help stakeholders who need to move ahead on all these aspects to understand how they're supposed to do this. So I think we should not take our perspective of going to all these different meetings, but we should take the perspective of also stakeholders who need this guidance and who also do not have the capacity to put everything together, since after all, I think we all do agree that there is a problem which we have seen over many years with deployment of certain cybersecurity relevant things, and where not much is moving ahead. Then on the topic of regulation or not regulation, I just would like to really point to the text and simply say, for instance, it asks for an implementation plan. So this doesn't regulate specifically, you have to do this and this and this, but it really asks to think about it and to get started. It is a requirement. And also, again, it is precisely multi-stakeholder because we are in a multi-stakeholder environment where indeed legislators should not go ahead and just impose precisely what is supposed to be done. And then on the request of also presenting somewhere else at Manners, I think. Yes, with pleasure. Just get in contact with us and see what we can do. And yeah, I think that was anything.
Very quickly, 30 seconds. Just first, thank you for all the questions, positive, negative comments. I invite you to write to us with all other further questions, including criticism. That's all fine. We are in the conceptualization phase, and this will help us, including critical views. And finally, on European versus non-European, the broader value of broader nature of internet. If we could make this that Europe leads here, me as I want to consider myself as a true European, I would be very happy that Europe leads in making internet more secure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, you already gave a huge round of applause to Rudiger and Martin, and last but not least, it's Shafiq Chaya for RIPE NCC giving you an insight into RIPE NCC Middle East activities. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I saw that we are running out of time, so I will do my best. My name is Shafiq Chaya. I am working for RIPE NCC at the regional office in Dubai. I'm handling the public policy and governance affairs. So I try to share with you today some of our engagements and why we should have extra efforts with governments and the impact of these engagements. Zoom in to the Middle East countries in the RIPE NCC services. What we see in green is not one uniform geographic area. What we have there is a mosaic of governance models, economic scales, a digital divide, and escalating geopolitics. So RIPE NCC serves more than 75 countries in many regions, including 11 countries in the Middle East, 11 Arab countries in the Middle East. What we should take into consideration is that while the internet governance in the Western European countries are community-driven, up, bottom, the internet governance in the Middle East region is government-driven, bottom up. And that makes our engagement very challenging, and it's more than technical expertise or capacity building. We need to collaborate to build a relation with these governments and to have more presence there. This slide shows our membership, and here the categorization, you will say that, yeah, it's a normal categorization. We have the academic, we have the banking, we have the financial, we have the telecommunication operators, we have the ISPs, and the list goes on. So what's the difference? The difference that whenever we engage with these members, the governments are behind the scene. What doesn't that mean? That means that the majority of the governments in the region are funders, stakeholders, co-owners, and sometimes owners of ISPs and mobile operators. So dealing with a member, that means engaging with the government influence and insight. So let's see how our engagement was translated to impactful outcome. Before I start, I want to emphasize that all our engagements are aligned with the RIPE NCC strategic objectives. I think Hans-Peter went through it on Monday. So whether we are increasing the knowledge through the capacity development, whether we are working and fostering our collaboration with members and governments, or whether we are ensuring the resilience of the internet, or promoting ourselves as center of expertise, all these engagements are designed and aligned with RIPE NCC strategy. This slide answers the question where, who, and why. So we can see we have 11 countries, but the difficulty that these countries are subdivided into 3 sub-regions or 3 subgroups. First group, what we call the Gulf countries. We have United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, and Kuwait. So these countries are well advanced in technology and digital transformation. We have the second subgroup of countries, what we call them 11 countries. We have Lebanon, we have Iraq, and we have Jordan. So these countries, they have the infrastructure, but they are still in their mid-journey to digital transformation, and they are still struggling to reach the Gulf countries. And the last subgroup is the countries like Palestine, Yemen, and Syria. These countries are facing challenges, and we cannot reach them face to face. What is our work? What is our engagement there? So we engage with all of stakeholder groups, governments, private sector, academic, and civil society. We are contributing to the work at the regional level with the League of Arab States, with the ITU Arab Regional Office, and with the regional and global organization. Engagements from meetings, capacity building, government roundtables. So I will not go through the list. But one of the most impactful engagements for us is the government roundtable. My colleague Hisham yesterday mentioned we have 3 government roundtables in the RIPE and CC service region. One of them is the Middle East one. What differentiates this roundtable? That this roundtable is always hosted by a regulator or policymaker. So all our discussions are set and organized behind the closed doors, where we can listen to the government concerns and we share the updates and positions of RIPE and CC on different topics. We started in Bahrain, we continue, and last year was in December, we were in Jordan, in Amman. So all these engagements, the successful of these engagements led to some MOUs. These MOUs formalize our engagements with the governments. Here we have 2 MOUs, one signed in 2017 with the UAE regulator alongside the RIPE 75, and the other one was signed in 2019 with the Saudi regulator, and it was signed online, continuing our engagements, especially in the challenging times. Our efforts were not only recognized at the technical level, it was recognized at the highest political level in the Arab world. So what we see here, we have a resolution in 2021 from the Arab ICT Ministers' Councils, which is the highest authority there, and it works under the League of Arab States, where they pushed for working with RIPE and CC and deploying the V6 and RPKI. And lately, this year, in January, we have another resolution that was adopted at the League of Arab States. This resolution is for implementing the measurement tools from RIPE and CC in the region. To keep our members and community informed, we publish frequently some reports. And what's nice in this, that we translate these reports into Arabic, so we can eliminate the language barriers. Last year, we reached a new milestone. It's the first time ever where the technical community organize or co-organize a session at the highest level at IGF with the government. So the RIPE and CC co-organize a session with the Saudi regulator on IPv6, showing that governments and technical community can work hands on hand in a multi-stakeholder approach. And by the way, we contributed to another 7 or 8 workshops during the IGF last year. To wrap up quickly, so the key message here is that our engagement in the region went far beyond capacity building and discussions and dialogue. We are delivering now results. An example if you look at this chart, the sharp spike in the RPKI deployment for Saudi, UAE, and Syria didn't came from vacuum. It wasn't a coincidence. This happens when we did 3 days face-to-face training hosted by the regulators to achieve this result. And once again, our engagement and achievement didn't stay at the technical level. We can see that at the internet governance and public policy level, there is a big shift in the Arab countries' position. This is an example of where the Saudi Arabia, Tunisia, and UAE contributed last month to the WSS plus 20 open consultation where they openly endorsed the multi-stakeholder approach. Final word that all these engagements, all these achievements came from vacuum. This was the outcome of years of hard work, the dedication of my colleagues in Dubai, Jad, Hisham, and Sandra, and of course, of the continuous support of our management team and colleagues in Amsterdam. And thank you. I did it 8 minutes. Any questions? Thank you.
If there are no questions, Shafiq is here at the coffee break. We really thank everyone for your patience in running a little bit over the agenda. Thank you again, and see you online, and speak to you then.
Tá bom.
Pus-me lá na conversa com o Bruno e com o Fortuna.
Podem me apanhar em casa, se faz favor. Que estou sem carro e assim escutar levar. Pronto, 6h30 eu estou despachado então. Ok. Tranquilo. Tranquilo. Está-se bem. Outra vez. You will be the next speaker.
No, I'm a chat monitor, but
no, okay.
None of us.
Okay.
Yeah, come over here, you little. Come over here, little guy. Young fella. He's here. What's that 360 review? And we're going to be like, no, it's absolutely shite. I'm sure it's weird. I have to read out questions here. I potentially do. Maybe I have to read out questions. I don't even know it's 12 people. Xavier. Xavier is one of the 12. You just need to do one sentence. You just need to do one sentence. Yeah, me too. They're not in the email. Maybe they're in there. Yeah, must be this. The one with 2 seconds. She works for Advisor now. She works for Advisor. What happened to her? Like? She still looks like that. She was in Nauta. Only for 2 months though, so I don't even know how I remember that.
We good? Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. No, there we go. Everybody, I can hear me now, so that means you can also hear me. Brilliant. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this Birds of Feather session. As you might have already guessed, this is the first time we've done this. So please do bear with us, and we appreciate your patience. By way of introduction, I am Andrew Willett. I work at the Premier League in the UK. I was at RIPE 89, which was my first RIPE session. And I thank you all for the warm welcome that I got there. And I thank you today for the opportunity, along with Lee, to come back to speak again about the quality of the registration information available on the database. The problems that we're having and working with you, hopefully, to find a solution. So the plan today is we're going to run through a few slides just as a reminder of what the problem is as we see it, with some examples and then potential next steps. But again, I think we talked about this in Prague, but for us, it's really something we want to work with you on. It's something that we want to listen to you about. We want to engage with you, and we want to learn as much as we can, because obviously we're aware that we do need to learn. So we're very aware that we want to show you respect, and we're welcome for you allowing us here to speak to you. So to get started, and there's a bit of a background again. So we run a global monitoring program at the Premier League, as I know BN do too. And essentially what we're doing is detecting delivery of unauthorized Premier League streams of live matches of ours from streaming servers, typically running IPv4 addresses. So we will do a lookup on the owner of the IP, the responsible organization for the ASN, and we'll contact them to take action to remove their bad customers. Now, this is just talking about the worst case instances of this. So each week, the same owners or organizations responsible for the ASNs that announce the IPs, and each week they're delivering illegal Premier League streams. But at this current time, the reason why we're here is twofold. Number one, we see this as primarily being slanted towards IP resource and ASNs that are attached to RIPE or a RIPE layer, as this data shows. But also, we're getting in a situation where we just cannot identify the responsible organizations of the ASNs and the internet resource, so we can't contact them. So we don't want to take your time, but if we believe there are issues with the contact information, we don't think we have a choice. So just to show some examples, now again, this isn't happening all the time, but these are quite indicative examples of the problems we run into. So the first issue we tend to have is the widespread use of virtual addresses, PO box addresses, or just misleading addresses. So for instance, the first one there is a rentable address in the UK. Anybody can use it. Hundreds of companies do, if not thousands. We don't think that's a true reflection of where we can contact the responsible organization. And again, we're not saying they have to reply to emails. We know that, but we need to know what our next steps would be. So we need to know who these people are. And the other two examples, similarly, you can see the mixed contact information there. This final one, again, Bulgaria is a good example. So again, we did actually try to address a letter to them, but we just couldn't deliver it. So that was a non-deliverable address. So again, incomplete, or as we say it, misleading contact information. So in terms of what we've done, so we've tried to engage, and we appreciate the effort that's been made by people here. So we've reported this information, but again, some sample communication here, but it's become clear to us that the existing policies don't allow for any change. So the existing policies recognize the fact that audits are undertaken, things happen, but the addresses are valid. But we would suggest that if we can't truly locate the operator or place of business, if they're virtual addresses, or if they can't have a letter physically delivered, that's not the case. So therefore, we think it's time that there could be some change, some small change that would have a big impact for organizations like us. So what we're going to come on to now are some examples. It's not an official recommendation. We're not saying should or could happen, but it's some examples of tweaks to existing policy documents that would have a big consequence for us in a positive way. So looking specifically at RIPE documents 694 and 791, if we start at the bottom, just to be different, if we have the issue of virtual, misleading, or PO box addresses that anybody can rent, one way, and this is common in other areas of industry, to prevent this being exposed or taken advantage of by people with bad intent, is you have a physical verification. So somebody who runs the organization or is an authorized representative would have to sign a letter confirming they're there. Similarly, we appreciate and understand that audits do carry out on the quality of the contact information. But I would suggest that the fact there's no defined cadence of when and why that happens would be problematic. And if it were to happen at a defined regular cadence, that would help squeeze out either, for perfectly innocent reasons, bad contact information, or those with bad intent taking advantage of that, which again would allow us, if we have an issue, we would know who these people are, where they are, so we can then explore our options to contact them in another way. I'm now going to pass over to Lee. He's going to touch on some more ideas and suggestions in this manner.
Just reiterating what Andrew said, thank you for giving us this opportunity to come and talk to you. I've been around all week. I think some of you who were at the security event heard my opinion on the approach of one particular organisation. And as I said then, we are kind of caught in the middle. Ultimately, what we're looking to do is to reduce the burden on some of you guys by having this information up to date and having the ability to be able to reach out to these people, which Andrew has mentioned on a couple of times. Some of the outcomes of having KYC or KYB, know your customer, know your business, could be that there is a 3-strike rule. There are organisations that you may come into contact with and work with that already have some of these policies in place. And when we say 3-strike process, an example could be that they are found to have incorrect or infactual information, as Andrew said, whether that's through pure mistake or a deliberate action. And they are passed on that information and they're given, so to speak, a warning and an opportunity to correct that information. If it is then found again on 2 other occasions that this information is still misleading or still incorrect, then there should be a recourse for that. And one of them could be that actually their interconnections are suspended or their RIPE membership is suspended, depending on what would be the most and to a degree most efficient way of dealing with it. We don't expect these things to be taken lightly, and there should be some form of investigation. From our side, we should be providing sufficient evidence to demonstrate any of the points that we're complaining about, which we have done before. In the example that Andrew gave back here, letters have been sent. We have tried to have people visit these addresses so we can go and knock on the door and explain our point. That's at a cost to us and at a resource to us. Again, we don't mind doing that. We feel that that is to a degree part of our day-to-day business. If we want to take legal action or civil action against these people, then that is for us to do that. But wasting time, money and effort turning up to a stick that's stuck in a car park somewhere that's claimed to be a legitimate address isn't favourable to anybody, least alone anybody that we come into contact with, and you guys from the audience, because you are the next point that we will come to and ask these questions of. So as Andrew said, having some of these things changed and having the audits and making some minor modifications into some of the already existing policies, we believe will make a great difference. And I'm just going to refer back to some of the things that we came across in the security presentation, particularly from ICANN and one of their analysis. They pointed out that email, phone number checks, and a form of ID verification was shown to have a positive impact on reducing the number of abusers within an organisation or a system. And that's true to say across many, many other industries. I've had several conversations with 1 or 2 of you in the audience about what KYC and KYB actually looks like and about the range of impact. So we're not under any illusion that this is going to stop everything overnight, and it's certainly by no means the cure. What we are hopeful that this will actually reduce the number of abusers taking advantage of being able to write their own details into the RIPE database and have some form of verification process that then either quantifies what that address is, those contact details, so other organisations, when they do need to reach out to them, can actually do so and achieve that level of contact, which is just not happening at the moment. And as we've provided the examples before. From my point of view as well, that the internet is there for everybody to use. It's for good, for bad, and for all of its ugliness as well. And therefore, there is, I believe, a level of responsibility, like with any other commodity that has a form of information that's wrapped around it, or a level of responsibility. those that have a connection with it should also be responsible for allowing law enforcement and other responsible organisations to act where they need to act in whatever form it is, whether it is copyright or whether it's something more serious. And this, we believe, is the first step towards that. So the next step from our point of view will be looking to work with RIPE NCC to try and make these changes. And coming here before you guys today is to have that two-way conversation. You know, have we got this right? Are we way, way off the mark? Do you guys think there is a better way of doing this? Are we asking for things that are just so impossible that we kind of need to go away and rethink it? So I've never done a birds of a feather before. I feel like the floor is open to you guys.
Hey, Martin Winter, NetDev. So yes, you asked the question. In my view, you're way, way above mark and should go away and not do that. For me, the RIPE has to collect some information, what they need legally to process. At the same time, I want them to collect as the minimum amount there. The same thing is also, if you approach them, I hope they don't give you any information unless it's either public information, which may be a bit less strict verified, or you have a court order. So, and that's for me very strict. And a court order, and I worry a lot of it, like organizations like you and other ones coming there and say like, oh, somebody abused something there. We need all this information there so we can go and knock this person. Or maybe we just threaten him a little bit. We don't go through the court thing and have a serious problem with that. So I really hope the RIPE, yes, do your job, do the minimum required as needed by law, but other than that, please respect privacy and keep that up to each member.
And so, I mean, in terms of making a court application to gain data, that is perfectly the right way to do it, and we wouldn't do it any other different. And that is how we do it. You know, but again, if okay, I'm trying to quantify this in maybe a slightly different way. If somebody commits a crime against you, you would hope that they would be caught, so you can have some form of recourse. Now, through various different steps in a police investigation, they hopefully will come to that point. If our first block in the first place is that even with a court subpoena, we end up with Mickey Mouse living in the Seychelles, then where do we go?
So the thing you showed was like mainly public information. I mean, the RIPE does quite a good job because they need to build a layer. They have some good contact information and they verify it from time to time. Verified like too frequent, I think that's just a hassle. A three-strike law or something like that, I have seen it, every implementation always go wrong, that it hits the wrong one. So, and the RIPE does, in my view, like a very good job verifying the information. And yes, not everything needs to be public.
No, and so, we're not asking, I mean, it's something.
And I say like, I didn't say like if there is an actual crime, which is a crime in a county where it's done, and you get a court order, then it's perfectly fine. And I'm sure today you can approach the RIPE and they will give you, with a valid court order, they will give you the information they have and what they were required to collect. And that should be all.
But we end up in the same problem. You know, whilst I don't agree with the guy's approach during the security meeting, the point he was trying to make is that even with a court order and with the two, if the factual information is registered in private, because I agree with the privacy element of it, then that's where it should be held. And that's why we think RIPE NCC has a responsibility here. But thank you for your comments. You want to add anything?
I was just going to say thank you for that. And obviously there's a balance to be struck between with privacy. And we're not for a second suggesting we throw that out the window. I just think it's completely reasonable to suggest that an organisation with such power has a responsibility to be able to contact owners of resource. And our experience shows that clearly there are instances where that's not the case. But we hear your comments and thank you for your question.
Hi, I'm Leo. In not this slide, I think it's the one before, you have a bullet point for interconnections to be suspended pending investigation. So I don't think the RIPE NCC is technically able to suspend interconnections at all because it runs a data registry. It doesn't actually manage the physical infrastructure. But more than that, I think the idea of suspending an interconnection pending an investigation is massive overreach. I totally understand that if someone is doing something illegal and a court says, you must not do this and we're going to turn off your connection because you've broken the law, that's abiding by the law. Yep. But turning something off and potentially impacting a large number of other completely legitimate customers before the investigation has been concluded and gone to a court and been adjudicated and all the rest of it, that really does seem quite extreme. And it's very different from saying we need better contact information. And so I think you need to refine this part of your request.
No, completely. And as I said, these were just mere suggestions to get feedback on what the balance should actually be. And we take the point, you know, it's not anything that we're wedded to. None of these things we're wedded to. The outcome is what we're looking for. The steps that are taken, how we get there, is a joint effort from everybody, really. So I'd take your point, and yeah, I agree that maybe that's a step too far and actually should be withdrawn, and it should be the outcome of the investigation or the court's decision.
I mean, it would really have to be because the RIPE NCC literally does not have the power to turn off a connection.
Yep. Yeah, point taken. Thank you, Leo.
Thank you.
Hello, Luhanarus Limited. Just a couple of questions before a bit of clarification. What do you mean by like as an asset be recorded and reallocated? Like what asset are you talking about here?
So essentially, when we're at the start of the process, talking to the microphone. So the start of the process is detecting the IP addresses, delivering the media. So it'll be the ASN that announces those IP addresses placed on the streaming server that connects to the user's device consuming the stream. And obviously, when we do a lookup in the existing database, it will be the responsible organization for that ASN or the abuse contact information in the page that's there. I hope I've explained that well enough.
Yeah, but what is asset recorded and reallocated? What asset you talk about to be recorded by whom?
We're talking about the IP addresses.
To be recorded, you want RIPE to reallocate the IP addresses of someone, basically reclaim the IP to the central registry and reallocate to somebody else. That's what you want to do.
Yeah, so the existing policy has, and again, won't quote off the top of my head, has instances in there where resource can be frozen or taken back, for want of a better term. But essentially, yeah, something to that effect where an ASN or resource within can be removed or struck off.
Okay, well, first of all, my lawsuit in the IR system has demonstrated this is not an easy task. If I try that, you're in risk of huge legal precaution if you should do to a larger member. Of course, if you can get away to a smaller members, but that's basically bullying. A better way of looking at this is that, well, twofold. First of all, I advocate the number probability, but number probability doesn't mean that you don't have to abide the address policies. There's still be policy in a coordinate system, obviously. So you can force people to sell the IPs, for example. If they not buy the policy, then you can force. It's like in a house association. If you don't do your gardens, if you're not nice to your neighbors, then you have X amount of days to ratify your situation before you were forced to sell to somebody else. But house still free owned asset. It would be same thing for the IP addresses. That's a more of legality way to go it, rather than claim that the IP address is from the God of the community and we can just reclaim it without any precautions, without any legal recourses, and which I have demonstrated pretty well. That is huge legal recourses for the IR. That's the first point. And the second point is that there is a strike balance of number one, privacy, and number two, that what is legally required of the KYC process. So, for example, I learned in pretty hard way, but the thing is, as a normal company or association, we do not have the deep KYC requirement as many of the financial institutions do. Which means that we currently rep already check your company registrations if your company is alive, and there's already assisted registry check where they check if your company registration up to date and all that. We've already doing that, right? But if you look at the specific examples of the data, which in the WHOIS database, then that comes down to the question, which is, do we really want to go that detailed to babysitting and placing everybody to update the geolocation and actual usage of the data correctly? Is that what you're trying to say here? Because we have an entire business of geodatabase that existed, like MaxMile, IP2 location, even rather themselves use it, that they use POPs, basically cross global infrastructure, and basically ping all the IPs and try to guess where they are. Which is number one, much more effective, and number two, they already have trust reliability from the content provider from that point of view. Does REP really want to get into a competing business with those people? Like, do we really have to do it? We know who owns the resources. We know which company owns it and who's legally responsible for those resources. Well, then that's already enough, and that's already what the REP is doing anyway.
That's part of the problem. When we do get court orders and we do get information from wherever it needs to be got, it is still Mickey Mouse information. So how do we then go to the legal entity who's responsible for it? In terms of tracing the geolocation of the IP, it makes no difference to us. We take the IP, we do a lookup on it, we see what information is held. If we can't use it as contactable information, then we have either go to civil or law to get a court order to get privately held information, so we can make a case as be it. So the POP where the IP is sitting doesn't matter to us. It's the fact that the IP is being used to deliver infringing content, and we want to speak to the organization or the person that is responsible for that asset. And that's where we've got our troubles.
Yeah, but is that a responsibility of the RIPE NCC and its community?
Well,
there's also misconception here. I think by and large, and this came up to the IR community over again, is somehow people expect the community to be a policing force of some sort. Like this, tracing down the bad guy is a job of law enforcement. Yep. They get paid to do that. Yep. The community here is not. Just like any companies, well, I've been accused of providing services to criminals, but my company is providing service to hundreds of million end users. Of course, there's a criminal there. Just like Deutsche Telekom or any of the national sites, you will be criminal there. But the limitation of responsibility in a society must stop somewhere. We are good citizens. We document the information required to document, but we don't document more. We don't do more jobs. There is a striking balance, as initially what Martin said and what you responded of privacy and stuff. But my question here is, do we really need to do more? Is that our responsibility? Because end of the day, this is a job of law enforcement. We're not here to make their job easier. We're not making a policing state. Yes, there will be criminal gets away because we're not doing that thorough KYC and stuff. So be it. There's also strike balance of freedom of society, and there are a lot of the freedom of speech, the freedom of society, the political movement.
I think we're kind of going a little bit off track here at the moment.
Yeah, but let me finish my sentence. Okay. Yeah. So the point is that the balance here is the law enforcement, or what we identify as a criminal, is not necessarily criminal. Most times, the hardest criminal the government trying to find are political opponents. So we want the balance that we RIPE community and the RIPE and CZ company doing what is legally required, and that should be it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I also would be very scared about a police state, so we are not asking for a police state, just to be clear. But in terms of what could be done more, I don't think it's too much to ask. I hope it would be common sense that a regional internet registry, when they give internet resource, has the best possible contact information for the owner of that, however you define best possible. Obviously, that's subjective, and that's where there could be some good discussion. But I don't think that's unreasonable and too much to ask. And we're definitely not asking any RIA to be a law enforcement something or another. So we agree on that.
Then the point which abusers should have their asset recalled and reclaimed. I'm okay for you to do the outreach and publicity and campaigning, ask people nicely to do things, but you have their IP range recorded and reallocated, which is a huge legal recourse.
Yeah, so I mean, it comes back to Leo's point, to be fair, that what the outcome of an investigation and a court order may be, you know, if that was, and I did introduce this, is that what is technically possible as well without causing everybody significant headaches. And if that is a more sensible approach, that an organization is forced to sell those IPs, then why not? You know, that they are being taken away from the bad actors and given into good use. I'm just reiterating what Andrew said. We're not police state, we're not police officers, we're not asking for anybody here to police anything. We're just asking for you guys to be mindful of who you're talking to and who you're dealing with, and being able to have those elements that we can contact, or someone can contact, if we point out this, you know, this bad traffic going through your network. Now, I keep trying to kind of bring analogies in some context to this, and maybe one aspect is that if somebody leases from you any of your assets, and then refuses to pay your bill, and they start to run into the hundreds of thousands of dollars, are you just going to sit back and ignore it and let it go? You are going to try to do something to recover that money. And if you keep running into Mickey Mouse addresses and Mickey Mouse details, there's going to be an element of frustration that sits in there, and that you're going to start to look at those around you and those that have been able to facilitate that, and start to ask questions of, why did you accept Mickey Mouse at Proton Mail living in the Seychelles at #1 stick post? Why was that acceptable to do that? No. And I'd love to be able to live in the Seychelles. I mean, if I could, I most definitely would. But I'm just trying to kind of make it all sort of relevant for different parts. And whilst I might say I use analogies of different aspects, so we are hearing what you're saying. You know, we came up here because we want this feedback and understand what it is. Are we going in the right direction? How does the community feel about it? So it is valuable with what you're saying, and being able to talk about it is great. Thank you.
Hi, Andrew Campling, 419 Consulting. Two things. Firstly, know your customer is a major problem, not just for you, but there's lots of separate issues on effectively DNS abuse, where the lack of know your customer is a massive problem.
Yeah.
And there's plenty of research to back that up that we don't have time to talk about today. But in terms of whether there should be valid information, it's worth reminding everyone that the NIS2 regulations, the directive came into force on the 17th of October last year. I know it's not been transposed into national law in, I think, 90 member states, but the Commission's just commenced action against those 90 member states to push them to put it into action. It covers registries, registrars, resellers, proxies, and others. So it covers a lot of the industry. You are required under NIS2 to collect and maintain accurate and complete domain name registration data, and to verify that. So there is certainly an expectation for registrars and resellers to have proper, real information, and to have verification processes to back that up. So certainly on the DNS side, if not the IP side, I think the industry, whether it wants to or not, is not really a consideration. It has to, by law, to do that. And we'll have to put in place processes which are not hard. And there are already plenty of instances of registrars and registrars which are doing it, and they get a lot less DNS abuse as a consequence. So we all gain and get a much better reputation as an industry by behaving like a respectable industry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marco Schmidt, manager of IPNCC for registration services. I want to provide some clarification. I also have a question because closer to the mic. Yeah, now I'm back. Okay, so I want to provide some clarification. I also have a question for you because you know for sure that in the web database, there's a lot of information in different hierarchies. So we provide internet number resources to our members and to independent end users. And we actually want to know who are these customers, the KYC. And we get the information that we need for our work, which is we need to know this organization or this natural person exists. So we receive registration papers, and we also actually publish the correct company name and also the country of registration. And I was wondering, with this information that we verify, that we also keep on verifying, how useful is this for you, or how much you're using this, because you're showing a lot of postal addresses that are not really in our scope. It's also difficult to verify, but yeah, the legal details.
Yeah. So I think, thank you. So I think there's a difference between obviously the registry and the database. So what we often or sometimes see in the worst cases in the database, it might be a country initial as a result of the checks that are done, or a company name. But beyond that, it's the postal address where we have to make physical contact, or if we do want to do something else, know where they're based. And if that company information or postal address is virtual, falsified or misleading, and we're at a dead end, we can't do anything. And again, obviously you do carry out the checks and verifications, but it's not done at a set time period, a set cadence, which means things can slip through the net. And obviously, given the existing policies, what they try and verify against, we would respectfully suggest isn't ideal, because it still allows people to use rentable virtual addresses, which don't reflect either the location of the operator or the location of the business. So again, it's kind of joining A and B and seeing exactly how things currently work and what the optimal solution would be for everybody to try and put pressure on those with bad intent, just in the very worst cases, so that our lives are easier and your lives are all easier too.
Hi, Alex de Jode with my Euro ISPA hat on. You talked a lot about responsibility, and from a legal perspective, responsibility always is very closely followed by accountability. How do you see accountability for RIPE?
That's a good question. It's something I guess members of the community are best placed to answer. I think ultimately, if an organization has such power as being able to distribute internet resource, then the responsibility has to reflect that. And I would like to think the examples we've reported through the existing reporting system show that, and some of the examples we've shown today show that in some instances, standards aren't being where they could be. So I think as a starting point, that is where we would delicately suggest the attention could be turned to. But ultimately, it has to be something that people want to do and can do as well. And also somebody else said earlier, it's not, we don't expect by 7 a.m. tomorrow everything to be fixed. We're aware this is a medium to long-term thing. So again, anything worth having won't come quickly or be easy, but I would hope there is a willingness for everybody, ourselves included, to come up with something that works best and reflects the power that this RIA has.
So you're not envisioning secondary liability that eats into the liability shield of the DSA?
Alex, I'm not a lawyer, so I will very happily say no comment.
Yeah, we've one comment or question from chat. Brian Story from Gamma says, a comment rather than a question. What it comes down to here is who are good network operators and who are bad. There will be instances where a good operator, such as an ISP providing FTTP services, provides a service to a real address, which is then used for providing streaming quote-unquote services, which contravene acceptable use policies, etc., and kind of get addressed that way. Then there are those who are using avenues where the abuse is more systematic. There is a balance to be made, but I think the first question or challenge is to get acceptance that something should be done about bad operators and avoid a perpetual whack-a-mole for the big offenders and getting the good operators potentially hit with a massive stick when they're the most engaging to your problem.
Yeah. Thank you, Brian. That's probably better put than either of us have managed.
Yeah, completely. Yeah, couldn't agree more. And one of the reasons why we're here. So.
Hi, Leo Vegoda again. Can I ask another question, which is about the quality of the data that the RIPE NCC has to rely on? So in the slides that you presented, you quoted the RIPE NCC talking about referencing the trade registry. I'm a citizen of the UK. I know that Companies House, the UK trade registry, is not loved by journalists who regularly criticize the quality of its data. And it strikes me that if you've got news organizations with significantly more resources than the RIPE NCC criticizing a government-run trade registry, the RIPE NCC, with its relatively small budget, is not in a strong position. And so how much of this is a problem that sits in this community, and how much of it is a problem that actually sits with government-run institutions that aren't doing a great job?
So just, I hear you 100% on UK Companies House, and I don't know everything about it, but from my knowledge, obviously there's room for improvement. But what I would say is significant. In the last year, they have introduced a wide range of changes. They're trying to do something. But you're right, it won't be easy. And again, what does it look like? How long does it take? Is there cost? All these things. But I don't think that's a reason not to do anything.
I'm not suggesting that, but I'm just suggesting that the governments have significantly more resources. And if they struggle, then, you know, the people that rely on them are also going to struggle.
Yeah, I mean, as Andrew said, the UK government have just brought in some changes with Companies House, which also includes KYC, KYB, and also identity verification as well, to start to make changes to that database. It's been long accepted that the database was so open, it was up for manipulation. And as we've seen, you know, some of the examples we gave, they are addresses that are also registered in Companies House. And if you search one of them, I think it's 24 Fir Avenue or something like that, there are hundreds of companies registered on it. You pay 20 euros to a couple of Italians who we think have got questionable backgrounds. And there you go. You are registered on Companies House with an address, and the average day-to-day family that live in that house, their only job is to displace the mail, which is why the UK government have taken some steps to start to clear up Companies House. And you know, at the end of the day, some of the things that we are suggesting should be considered fairly basic steps around KYC. So a telephone number that that you can actually get picked up, an email address that should be responded to, an address that's actually factually correct based on the company's accounts or the ID provided by that individual who's setting up that organisation. If we can get that far, then, and it's held in privacy where you need some form of legal action to be able to access that data, I think that's a big step forward and will reduce the level of abuse that's been seen within the community. And it is a very, very small portion, which we, I can't remember off the top of the head of the figures that we spoke about when we were in Prague, but it is a very small minority of people who are manipulating the systems in order to be bad actors, and making it more difficult, as you said, would be great. Julia.
Okay. Yes, Lorenzo again. 3 comments. Number 1, on the goodies and baddies. I think this community stays neutral to be inclusive of providing a fundamental service to every internet users. We are not in the position to judge people by the goodies and baddies. We are not the judge. In the rule of law, in this modern society, the only person in society qualified to judge who is good and bad is a judge, and we are not. That's number 1 comment. And number 2 comment is, as a colleague mentioned, that we already doing the KYC, and there must be a limit to where it is. And if we already checking the company registries, and if the company registry, the national company registry, didn't do more KYC on the address and phone number and the reachability of the person, I don't think it's in a position where RIPE-NCC should do more than company registry. And again, there's always a balance of how much KYC you want to invest into it, and there will always be criminals out there that skip and bypass the KYCs. It's a balance of where do we draw the line, and that is very important for everybody to think about. But end of the day, while it could seem to be a shortcut, of running a central database, that we hammer them this and we hammer them that because we're running a central database. It seems to be a shortcut to catch criminals, but the RIPE community should be as inclusive as possible, which means that we should firmly reject any attempt to make the central database a shortcut for the law enforcement or any of the other entities, just because we're running a central registry. But the reason why we have it is because we don't take side and we follow rule of law, and we don't be the shortcut to the problem of law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you again. We're not asking it to be a shortcut, just somewhere where we and others can get accurate contact information that reflects the place of business or where the operator resides. We're talking about UK Companies House. The UK is just one country. There are many countries in the world, obviously. So again, I don't know how stringent each company's registry information is, but either way, surely we can be more ambitious than matching one country's standards for registry information. Surely the policies that currently exist can be tweaked or changed or molded in order so that it doesn't have to be a reliance on 1 or 2 country standards. But I hear your comments.
Yeah, where is the line? How much we need to do?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Hey.
There aren't any other questions, then. Is there one more?
Gauwitz, part of RIPE-NCC as well. I was curious because you had a percentage number at the beginning of the slides, but how many cases are we talking about each year?
So at this presentation, I won't tell you the exact number, but this is like a consistent trend we've seen over many years. It's not an insignificant number. But again,
I mean, so let's say it's 56% as an example. I mean, is it 56 cases out of 100? Is it, or is it a higher number?
It's higher than that, but I'm not going to say in this forum. Okay. Obviously, I understand that just giving a percentage, I don't want that to be misleading. What I want to get over is the fact that the majority of instances are from ASNs that are directly registered or indirectly with RIPE, and the contact information issue as well is very much a RIPE thing as opposed to lack of the other is. That's what I kind of wanted to get into at that point, but yeah.
Yeah, no, in general, it would be
Sorry, I
good
can't give a
quantify it a
figure,
bit.
yeah.
That's why I'm asking, but if you don't have the numbers, it's okay.
In this forum, yeah, I'm not comfortable sharing them. I hope you understand why, but thank you for the question. If anybody else has a question, then we're more than happy to discuss either now or outside of this session. But otherwise, thank you again. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being here. Thank you for having us. and we hope in the nicest possible way to see a lot more of you moving forward.